Nothing interesting is happening. Nothing at all. And I'm here to talk about completely boring stuff that will never get this channel taken down. Let's just set that up at the beginning, and I think we're good. I'm David Wilcock. I believe our audio works this time. Thank you for being here. And this is The Unveiling, Solar Cycles and Human Transformation. I am so excited about what has happened, and I really do want to tell you about this, so let's go over here for a minute. A phrase was popping up in my mind recently that I remembered, very dimly remembered sometime in the past, maybe in the 1990s, that this particular thing popped up in my transcripts. If you don't already know this, I've written 4 published books now, and 2 of them are on the New York Times bestseller list. So maybe you'll see that in my lower third here. And we have really been describing a spiritual reality. My view of the cosmos fundamentally revolves around this concept of how do we get where we want to go? How do we get where we want to go as a planet? How do we get where we want to go as a people? And to learn the full scope of what is wrong with Earth also gives us an opportunity for a spiritual awakening. So in this episode, I'm going to start to unify some concepts for you regarding this idea of the conscious universe. And specifically, my objective is going to be to talk about the sun and how the sun actually is influencing human behavior. And it influences human behavior so precisely that it's really embarrassing that we don't have any type of common accepted knowledge about why this works and what is it. Why does the sun cause our behavior to go up and down in very precise ways as humans on Earth? It starts to fundamentally redefine what we would think of as free will. Because what you're going to see in today's show is absolute proof that the sun, as it's rising into the high point of the solar cycle, which is an 11-year cycle, on the low end of the cycle, as you're going to see in some images we have here, the sun is very quiet. It's like a still pond. But when the solar cycle gets to its peak every 11 years, the sun's surface is boiling with fire, and it becomes very, very agitated. During this agitation going on with the sun, we also see agitation taking place on Earth in very specific ways that actually, believe it or not, are incredibly quantifiable and incredibly regular. The same stuff has continued to happen over and over again. Now, when you have to come face to face with something like this, it's a very interesting perspective, because if the sun is controlling your behavior, that means that we're not separate from the cosmos. That means that cosmophysical influences or cosmological influences are directly affecting our behavior. And there are analogies that I'm going to give you as far as why I think this is working, and they're related to simple ideas of temperature. If you put enough people in a room and then you lock the doors so they can't get out, and the temperature in the room gets higher and higher, they're going to start to get very, very agitated, wouldn't they? Well, and then whoever is in front of the door, other people are going to move that person out of the way, saying, "You don't know what you're doing, let me do it. I know how to open the door." And so you start to get unrest and rioting. So this is a concept that I believe is going to bear fruit, that our consciousness has a temperature. And when we look at people who have tried to analyze stock markets, actually, and study the possibilities of observable trends in market data that are related to astrology or astronomy, right? The position of planets, the behavior of the sun. Is there a way that you could make money on this as an investor? And lots of people have been doing this. So when you see this type of investing consciousness science, they typically work on the basis of greed and fear. Now, I wouldn't necessarily use those two words, But hear me out for a second. When people are in greed, they buy, and when people are in fear, they sell, right? So if there was a way that, well, and I don't like to say greed. I mean, this is what most of the investing books say. However, I would say inspiration, because you're inspired to invest. You can't automatically assume that all investors are greedy. That's ridiculous. I mean, each one of us, if we make any money at all, even if we have a small amount each week that we put into a savings account, we're still investing in ourselves. And we're still making investment decisions. So to say that it's greedy to save, $20 a week or whatever you decide to do, that's not really greedy at all. So I would say inspiration. So then what we're really doing is we're now looking at the difference between happiness and anger and fear. So when it's happiness and joy and love, the stock market goes up, and when it's fear and anger and pain, the stock market goes down. And people sell. Well, one of the ways that you can tell whether the temperature is going to be in the joy direction or in the fear direction is, again, what's going on with the solar activity, but there are others. And so this is a science that needs to be acknowledged. I think we've reached a point in history where we can no longer be comfortable with the concept that we are completely separate from the universe. The law of one is an intuitive body of data, a channeled set of teachings that I've been involved in studying since January 1996. And for me, it's par excellence, the best source out there in modern times, because I found hundreds of very specific things that were assertions about science, like the idea that the universe has 7 dimensions before going back to 8 at the end. Well, sure enough, the more that I delved into the science of multidimensionality, I find out that all the modern science on multidimensionality is based off of one mathematician, really, Srinivasa Ramanujan, in the early 20th century. And Ramanujan got his theorems, he was doing mathematical theorems that blew everybody away, and he claimed publicly that the information was coming to him from a goddess who was meeting him in his dreams, and he called it the goddess Namakal. Namakal is a goddess in the Hindu culture. So Namakal, the goddess, is telling him these advanced theorems in his dreams, and wouldn't you know that they've now used all these so-called modular functions, that's what they were called, to define multidimensionality. And guess what number always shows up in Ramanujan's modular functions over and over and over again? The number 8, the octave, just like the law of one said. So that's one example, and I have hundreds of those, where what we're getting is a totally new presentation of science, the way that science works, and the way to get science to do what we want, which is ultimately to be a more evolved being. The law of one says that our planet is going through a metamorphosis, and that when we go through this metamorphosis, our society will change. And it will change in such a manner as where those of us who decide to be here, because not everybody's going to still be on Earth, apparently, but those who decide to be here will be moving into some kind of very interesting new type of human body. When I really get granular on what the law of one says, it does appear that we have a transitional body now, that the body we have now helps us transition into fourth density. So some of us have these so-called fourth density or the next dimension, whatever you want to think of it as. They call it density, not dimension. They have a very particular reason for that in the law of one. But anyway, fourth density, they do also say, even though we're in transitional bodies and that we have partial fourth density activation, they do also say that there is a quantum leap that happens at a certain point, and that if you're not ready for the fourth density vibration when this occurs in its full intensity, that your body would literally burn up like spontaneous human combustion. It's a flash fry. You're just done. Now, the beings, apparently, when I say the beings, I'm referring to extraterrestrial positive angelic intelligence that is not evil, it's not bad. They actually support, promote, and heavily endorse Christianity, but they also do it in their own way. They say that Jesus is the galaxy. And they say that the mind of the galaxy embodied into a human on earth as Jesus, that the mind of the Creator is all the galaxies put together. So God the Father would be the whole universe. God the Son in the Bible is the Logos, or Word. The word Logos means word. The Law of One says Jesus is the Logos. And they also define the Logos as the galaxy. So we're not trying to say that there's anything wrong with the way that people believe. In fact, I've also studied the Quran extensively, and the Quran prophecies are amazing in terms of how they predict some type of very strong dimensional shift event on Earth, and all of the essential components are there in the Hindu prophecy, the Zoroastrian prophecy, and all the other prophecies that we've been talking about. They all basically end up saying the same stuff, including the Quran. And it appears that what's going to be happening is that the sun gives off some kind of energetic release. Now, we've seen and heard documents, I got some new whistleblower stuff recently, that in the 1970s, the military was aware that the sun was going to give off this huge flash of light and energy and heat and matter. There's actually stuff that comes out too. And their opinion in the 1970s, based on all their research, which was covertly going on for decades by this point, their opinion was that this is an ELE, or extinction level event. No pressure, right? Oh yeah, the sun's going to blow up and life on Earth will cease to exist. They were afraid that if they made this public, that people would stop going to work, stop doing their jobs, stop participating in society up until the point where this is going to happen. I don't know if that's true, but that was their fear. So, what I'm trying to tell you today is that there's been an incredible body of data from many, many different intuitively derived sources, of which the Law of One is one. And I've been spending my whole career, 25 years now, I've been talking about this stuff as a public figure. That's a long time. Right since the beginning of the internet in 1996, I was already participating online, doing online articles on Richard C. Hoagland's discussion forum, which was basically the most popular place to discuss UFOs as of 1996. And I was competing healthily with other people to get my articles seen. And I was writing whole articles on the forum, and they were talking about things like ascension, synchronicity. So I've been doing this for 25 solid years. And as I've been widening the scope of the research, many different sources have told us that this is going to be happening to the sun and to our solar system. And this includes, believe it or not, when I read Graham Hancock's book, Fingerprints of the Gods, in 1996, he was very excited about two historians. And their names are Giorgio de Santillana and Hertha von der Schend. These two historians were peer-reviewed, published authors with many, many papers. They were essentially the elite historians of their field. They were certainly among the top, most revered, most published, most respected historians. Then they come out with a grand unified theory, and they release it in the form of this massive, massive book called Hamlet's Mill. The book is literally a weapon. If you throw it at someone, they're probably going to die. Depending on how you throw it at them and whether they duck or not. I'm being facetious, of course. It's a huge, huge tome. The whole principle of Hamlet's Mill is that there is a 25,000-year cycle in the Earth. And we've heard about this. It's called precession of the equinoxes. It causes the stars in the night sky to drift from their equinoctial position by 1 degree every 72 years. So if you take 1 degree and 72 years, that means 72 years per degree. Well, how many degrees are in a circle? 360. If you multiply 360 by 72, you get a number which is 25,920. This is the apparent rotation of the stars in the night sky. So it's called precession of the equinoxes because they precede through the sky over the course of 25,000 years. Now, it seems like, well, okay, so it is a big deal, right? Because if you're going to build a pyramid or you're going to build a Stonehenge or anything like this, some equivalent thereof, whoever was doing this, they do archaeoastronomy. This is one of the main things we always talk about on the show Ancient Aliens, of which, again, I'm in over 100 episodes on History Channel. And when we get into this precessional timeline, if you're going to build a monument and you're going to align it to the stars, well, the stars are going to drift and they're going to keep drifting. So you can actually calibrate when in time you want something to indicate by when it was built. So therefore, you've probably all heard of Robert Bauval's model of the Great Pyramid of Giza and then the other two large pyramids next to that being analogous to the three stars in the constellation Orion in the belt. Okay, then we also have the fact that the Nile River corresponds to where the Milky Way is. So you have the Nile River, three pyramids, and then you've got it tilting like this over time, 25,000 years. Well, the time where it's aligned on Earth with what's in space is about 12,500 years ago, more or less, which is right when we expected the fall of Atlantis that corresponds with a catastrophic event on Earth that's called the coming of the Younger Dryas period, Dryas. And one of the things that we see, and this comes from the work of Robert Schoch in his book Forgotten Civilization, we see a layer on Earth, all over the Earth, at this exact time, where there is about 4 inches thick of nothing but ash. The conclusion that Robert Schoch makes in Forgotten Civilization, in which he actually does credit me, he does talk about me, and he does it fairly favorably. I mean, I don't think he could quite go over to the UFO side of things, but I do get an honorable mention in this book, and I wanted to give a shout out to Robert Schoch. Thank you, Dr. Schoch, for mentioning me in Forgotten Civilization. So his thesis is basically that there was a solar flash, and that's what destroyed Atlantis. And it's pretty darn compelling because there's evidence on the moon in the form of glass that is melted, obviously, from solar heat. That glass dates back to 12,500 years ago. There's a lot of it there. It's very enigmatic. And then we have this 4-inch thick layer of dust and basically ash, like black ash, all over the Earth. Or at least I think it's in one hemisphere, but it might be the whole Earth, but it's definitely at least one hemisphere. Wait a minute. David, how could the whole entire Earth be covered with 4 inches of ash? Well, your choices are pretty limited to either like solar flash or nuclear war, and it could have been either one, or it could have been both. So I don't mean to scare you by talking about the idea that the sun is going to blow up, because again, 35 different ancient cultures are documented in Hamlet's Mill, this book. And of those 35 cultures, all of them have very specific mathematical encoding about this unit of time of 25,920 years. And there's lots of different ways to analyze this cycle. For example, 72 times 360. You can break it up into 12 units of 2,160 years each. You can break it up into 5 units of approximately 5,125 years, which happens to be the length of the Mayan calendar. Okay, 5 Mayan calendars fit perfectly into this cycle, as it turns out, the full length of the Mayan calendar. It's not exact, but it's close enough that I'm confident that there's fire under that smoke. Okay, so with all of the things that I've been telling you here, we have a direction, and the direction is to say, 35 different ancient cultures all encoded this 25,000-year cycle, but why? And I mean, they prove it unequivocally. There's so many things that these ancient people wouldn't have known about. They would not know these numbers. They would not know how this science works. And yet, very, very consistently, that's what they're doing. They're writing about the numbers. They're encoding it in their mythology with such cleverness that it would suggest that a higher intelligence was involved. Well, in almost every single case, when you ask these people, where did this myth come from? This is what we call it now. They say, well, the gods gave it to us. So these are allegedly transmissions from angelic extraterrestrials, which we then look at as mythology. So anyway, we're going to go to the slide here if it'll work. Let's see. Oh, my battery died. All right, let's go to the slide. So I want to talk a little bit about how the universe is alive. And sorry, we're taking a little makeup break here. So you guys are just going to have to deal with this. Like, this is part of the price of doing business. And I guess my lips have some crap on them, and you know, I can't really stop because it's live, and now we're getting microphone noise from all that. Sorry, everybody. Does it look better? This is the part we edit out when we retape. On this side or this side? Both sides? Okay. All right. And I actually did my... I only have one remote, and it actually died. So would you mind going and putting... Oh, you don't know where they are. Wow, that sucks. All right, I guess I'm going to use the laptop to switch slides once again, just like we did last time, everybody. Okay, so let's try to get... I'll just pull this up as needed, but, you know, that clicker has just been the bane of my existence. I greatly regret not bringing the... let's go back over to here, yeah. I greatly regret not bringing my real clickers with me because this clicker is horrible. And after everything else that's going on, now we lost 2 AAA batteries. If you want to look for it, it's up in the kitchen next to the side door, top shelf, all the way over to the right. Somewhere in there, I think there's AAA batteries. That would be great. Okay, and let me get a drink of water. So I'm sorry, you guys, it's all blowing up here. But that's what happens when you get a makeup break. Yes, I tried to start on time, but, you know, it doesn't always work. Okay. So we've been talking about this concept that the universe is alive and conscious, and we've been talking about the idea that consciousness is the universe. So, in other words, the universe is not only alive, there is nothing else in the universe but consciousness. Consciousness is what makes the universe. And this is an intrinsic law of one teaching that really starts to make sense when you look at what's happening with the sun, because the linkage between the behavior of the sun and what we're seeing with human behavior is undeniable. So anyway, getting back to the law of one, getting back to multidimensionality, when I found all this work, it was very, very stunning to me. I learned a lot of amazing stuff in a very short time. And the ultimate lesson was that I could contact these beings myself. So I began reading it in January 1996. And by November 1996, I had my own telepathic communication that opened up. And this came through talking to a colleague of mine named Joe Mason, who was on the Hoagland Forum. And he told me about a technique he called the dream voice. So the dream voice is a technique where you wake up in the morning, you can barely remember what was going on the night before, or you'll remember your dream maybe. It's good to be able to remember your dreams. So if you can remember your dream, you'll hear this kind of background noise. It's like voices talking, but you don't really understand them. It's almost like there's a TV on in the other room. And then at that point, what you have to do is just listen to it and dictate it, but you don't analyze it. You don't try to understand it. You don't try to do anything except just write it down. Or actually writing it down usually is going to get you out of trance. So really the best way to do it is to have the recording device where you record the audio. And we need you back down here. I can't stay on this camera forever. So I don't want to have one camera angle for like a half an hour, but we're trying to find my batteries because again, it's live. This stuff always happens. So anyway, as we go along here, what we're going to learn is that the sun is controlling our behavior. The sun is controlling our moods, our attitudes, and it's controlling human behavior on Earth. So let me go for a second, everybody. I'll be right back. Okay, we're back. Let's go back to the wide here. All right, with all that in mind, I actually got my remote. We got batteries. I think it works. No, it doesn't work. So this was not a good idea. Some of you were commenting on my makeup. I put it on myself. Thank you for telling me it doesn't look good. We love you. All right? You can't go on camera without makeup. If you do, you're going to look like a zombie because your face normally looks healthy, but then what happens is you get digital contrast enhancement, so you have to do this. So I didn't want to start late, but I didn't quite put the time in to make everything look perfect, so I apologize. But anyway, since I gave you such a long delay, we're going to launch right into this now. So let's go over here. And now I want to talk about the 11-year sunspot cycle's influence on mass consciousness. So let's go to the slide. Okay, so this is just the basic overview of what's going on that we get from Google. And it says, every 11 years or so, the sun's magnetic field completely flips. This means that the sun's north and south poles switch places. Then it takes about another 11 years for the sun's north and south poles to flip back again. Over time, solar activity and the number of sunspots increases. So the basic takeaway from this is that solar activity fluctuates from minimum to maximum over the course of about 11 years. And so this is kind of an older picture from like 1980 to 84 and then all the way up through 2000. So this is one solar cycle where you can kind of see that it goes from boiling rage on the top left, boiling rage on the bottom right once again, and calm in the middle. So this is a view of minimum on the right, which again is very calm, maximum on the left, and again 11 years between these two periods of time. Another view of it, this is 2008 for minimum and 2002 for maximum. And there's another image of it. So another way that they count whether you're in a maximum or not is by looking at the number of sunspots. So you can apply certain filters to the sun and see the sunspots right here. So during maximum, there's a lot of these sunspots. Now, interestingly enough, the Edgar Cayce readings actually say that the sunspots are caused by human beings on Earth disrupting the energy of our solar system. In other words, what they're actually telling us is that the solar system itself requires us to be loving and compassionate in order to be healthy. When we create anger and disharmony on Earth, ultimately it will eventually manifest as things like earthquakes. So the law of one perspective with the living cosmos part involved basically says if there's an area on Earth where a lot of people are very unhappy, very sad, and they're consistently angry, if that goes on long enough, it will attract a volcano or an earthquake to that area. So this is a big problem because other people can drag you down, and you don't want to be in these areas when these disasters occur. Now, it is something that undoubtedly was told to them by extraterrestrials. When you go throughout the Asian cultures, they talk about this concept that if you have a bad emperor, then you get problems and unrest in the land. And so the emperor in that case being kind of an embodiment of the people and their will, which I don't really necessarily think is true. But if things are going bad in a country, a lot of people are going to be angry, and that can create more earthquakes. So the Cayce readings said that the sunspots are caused by human dysfunction. And again, Cayce did 14,000 documented readings where he diagnosed people's medical ailments and then prescribed exotic treatments. Now my face is like really freaking itchy. Can I just itch my face, please? Are you going to be angry at me if I do this? Oh, God. All right, I'm good. So, being off camera for like 3 or 4 minutes made me sweat profusely because I've almost never done that before. But again, my clicker doesn't work. My makeup's screwed up. That's the you got to roll with what you got. You got to go to war with the army you have, Okay, so at the end of the 11-year cycle, back to slide, the sun's magnetic field also goes through a reversal. So solar minimum, you see that you got the green coming out the top and the purple coming out the bottom. When you look at what happens with solar maximum, the green is almost completely gone. And now the purple is coming out of the top instead of the bottom, and the magnetic fields are all messed up. So that's another basic thing, is a magnetic reversal every 11 years. So again, on the right we have the minimum, and on the left we have the maximum. So now we're going to be talking about this concept of the 11-year solar cycle having effects on human beings. We'll go back to camera, yeah. So the effects on humans are really the thing that we're the most concerned about here, because this is affecting all of us, and as it turns out, just in December 2019, we have ramped up into a solar maximum. So please bear in mind that all of the interesting things I'm going to tell you about what these solar cycles do to the mass consciousness of humanity. Remember, I said that it's correlated with wars. As the temperature goes up in the room, people get angry because they want to get out, and somebody else is in front of the door and they're like, get out of the way, you know. And that's the kind of idea. When the solar energy goes up, some of what happens, it manifests as unrest, but then there's other aspects of what happens that are very, very positive, as we're going to find out. So this idea that the sun is influencing human behavior was discovered by a Russian scientist named Alexander Chizhevsky. So here he is. And he discovered that wars and other types of major human events are peaking in an 11-year cycle. So here's a picture of Chizhevsky as a younger man. Here's another picture of him. And here he is posing in front of the graphs that he was making, where what he's doing is he's looking at sunspot activity and then comparing it to war. And sure enough, as what we're about to see is that these are very correlated. So here he is as an older man, having been through a horrible, horrible life, as you're about to find out. So he is considered a hero in Russia for having discovered this. They even made an official Russian silver coin with Chizhevsky on it. And this is, we're going to see an updated diagram from Roland McCready. He made this of the Chizhevsky data that shows the stunning connection between solar activity and important historical events. Okay, so let's take a look at the graph. This is the overview, and then first I'm going to zoom in on the top, and then I'm going to zoom in on the text on the bottom. So what we're seeing on the top, okay, let's take a look at this. When we look at the top, we see the year 1750, 1770, 1790, 1810, 1830, 1860, 1880, 1900, 1920. Okay, so what we got there is the blue line and the red line. So the blue line says the number of important historical events, and then the red line says the number of sunspots. So what he actually did here is he's quantified the difference between, or the correlation between important historical events and sunspots. Well, how do you gauge important historical events? He literally went through a lot of different historical texts, and he found the events that really did define civilizations, the most significant things that happened all over the world. And one of the things that's really, really bizarre is that these correlations hold up between geographically isolated cultures. So, for example, you can look at Chinese history, which is totally geographically isolated, and then look at European history, and you're going to find that they are both having the most significant historical events at the same time, though there was arguably no contact between these cultures during the earlier periods where this is being seen. So now we're going to zoom in just on the top, where you can see that in even more detail, number of historical events, number of sunspots. It's very, very, very precise. And here's the one on the bottom. So here's the graph where it says solar activity and human activity levels, created from data provided in the translation of Chizhevsky's paper, Physical Factors of the Historical Process, published in 1971. In the graph, the number of important historical events is plotted in blue on top, the number of sunspots plotted below in red. Alexander Chizhevsky constructed an index of mass human excitability published in 1926 in Russian. The histories of 72 countries were compiled and plotted against the sunspot activity from 1750 to 1922. Unfortunately, we don't have any records of sunspot activity prior to 1750. Obviously, this correlation should hold up because it's been consistent since before the dawning of America. It's always been there. Back to the slide. From 1750 to 1922, Chizevsky found that 80% of the most significant human events occurred during the circa 5 years of maximum solar activity. That's very significant. Wait a minute, let's just stop right there. 80% of all the most significant events in history occurred during solar maximum, during those 5 years. 80%. So the other 6 years out of the 11-year cycle, you only get 20% of historical events. That's a massive difference. It's a massive difference. Back to the slide. He also found that 80% of the most significant human events, which are actually, as you're going to see, positive, during the 5 years or so of maximum activity occurred as well. A solar maximum can increase human warfare activity as well as human creativity. Oh, and I'm just going to read you this one part again. The 80% of the most significant human events occurred during the maximum solar activity across 72 countries, including China. It's all there. And it also raises human creativity. And he talks about this. So in the law of one, they call this a polarization. Now, part of what's interesting is that you get an economic crash somewhere in solar minimum, and this causes everybody to become very angry and very upset, and then the people fight back and defeat the villain during the solar maximum. And there's only 5.5 years between the minimum and the maximum, yet 80% of the most significant human events occurred during these 5 years of maximum solar activity. So this is a very, very curious phenomenon, and it's not going away anytime soon. Next, I want to read you what actual Wikipedia has to say on Chizevsky. If you look me up, I'm not even in there. I'm not significant enough. So the first thing they do is they change the spelling to have it with a C, so it's Chizevsky, right? But I'm just going to stick with the other one for the most part. Chizevsky was born in the town of Ciechanowiec, or Ciechanowiec in Polish, in the Grodno Governorate of the Russian Empire, now Poland. His father was Leonid Vasilievich Chizevsky, was a Russian military general. In 1915, Chizevsky spent his summer observing the sun, and he first hypothesized, meaning he made a theory, about the effect of periodic changes in solar activity on the organic world and human behavior. Then in 1916, he got thrown into World War I, which again, try to remember, nobody had ever expected a disaster as big as World War I. There had never been a World War before. There had never been airplanes that could drop bombs on people before. There had never been gas released as a chemical weapon before that could wipe people out in trench warfare. So World War I was really big, really scary, and really deadly. And they didn't even think that there could be another world war after this. That's why they call it the war to end our wars. It was considered so horrible. How could there possibly be another one? And yet there was. So during World War I, he gets thrown in, and now he is in an absolute disaster scenario where his life depends upon how the war is going and how much are people either getting along or not getting along. Okay? So back to the slide. He entered the World War I as a Russian in 1916, fighting on the Galician front, and he earned a Cross of St. George. And when he was in World War I, he observed directly that battles were waxing and waning right in alignment with the strength of solar flares and geomagnetic storms while they were at the height of solar cycle 15. So this is another thing that is easily overlooked in the Chizevsky research. It's not just solar maximum. It actually gets down to when the solar flares occur and when the resulting geomagnetic storms that are caused by charged particles hitting the atmosphere, when does that occur? So as we get a geomagnetic storm and we get solar flares, all of a sudden the battle heats up when the solar flares are heating up. And again, Casey's readings say that solar flares are the result of sunspots come out of solar flares, right? Or solar flares come out of sunspots. So sunspots are the result of human dysfunction. So wouldn't you know that right as we're at our peak dysfunction, the sun is freaking out, and then people on Earth are having these warlike behaviors. The wars are actually correlated with the solar flares. And again, when your life depends on this and you can predict, what's going to be happening based on how much activity is in the Earth's magnetic field and the sun, that's a very useful thing for your own survival. Back to the slide. So here he is again with his original graphs as he discovered all of this and figured out that, there's an absolutely perfect correlation between solar activity and noteworthy historical events. So then in 1918, he graduated from the Moscow Commercial Institute with a degree in archaeology. His Moscow State University Doctorate of Philosophy thesis was called On the Periodicity of the World's Historical Process. So periodicity means that events are going to repeat over and over again the same way in the same times. It's periodic. It keeps happening. And the historical process for the whole world. So he's finding a cycle in history. So he would later call his viewpoint heliotaraxy or heliotaraxia. In 1942, Soviet leader Joseph Stalin became aware of Chizhevsky's research work, including physical factors of the historic process. Chizhevsky was then asked, remember, this was a communist, fascist dictatorship in Soviet Union, World War II, right? And this is right at the peak, 1942, right in the peak of World War II. So Stalin was very proud of the Russian Revolution of 1917 and believed that it was totally the result of people on Earth working on their own, that it would have nothing to do with anything like the sun influencing the behavior of Russians. So when Stalin found out that this man, Chizhevsky, was saying that sunspot activity was driving human behavior, including the Russian Revolution, for them, they couldn't handle that. They were very proud of communism. They were very proud of their revolution and how it came about. They did not want to hear that it came from the sun. So now back to the slide. Stalin asked Chizhevsky to retract his writings on solar cycles, which contradicted their own theories of why they had revolutions in 1905 and 1917. Chizhevsky refused, and he was arrested, and he spent 8 years in a forced labor gulag, read concentration camp, in the Ural Mountains. Okay, gulag's the same thing. It's a prison camp. He wasn't released until 1950. Can you imagine? Just try to imagine that you discover this really cool stuff back in 1918, okay, and you've changed the world. You've discovered this really cool new science. And then all these years later in 1942, you get arrested because you won't say that your theory was fake, because these arrogant idiots who are fascists, in this case in Russia, 1905 and 1917, it's all us. It has nothing to do with the sun. This is heresy, or the equivalent of heresy for communists who don't have any religion. So they threw him away for 8 years in a forced labor gulag in the Ural Mountains. Now, the Ural Mountains are like really, really cold. So this is like Siberia. So imagine 8 years on a chain gang in a prison gulag in Siberia. 8 years, just because you won't retract your theory. Okay, and then they continued. Listen to this. Watch this. Okay, back to the slide. He was released in 1950, but then he resettled in Karganda, Kazakhstan, where they gave him another 8 years of Soviet rehabilitation, where at least now he doesn't have to do forced labor. He's not in a concentration camp, but they sent him into coal mines. Now, if you've ever heard about black lung, when you breathe coal dust, it gets into your lungs and it can be incredibly lethal. So a coal mine is probably one of the most deplorable places to work. Now, theoretically, he was doing scientific research in the coal mine, but you can obviously tell, once again, this was some sort of punishment. So he was never deterred. He did the time, and in fact, even after those 8 years, there was additional imprisonment that seems to have occurred after that, and there's some scholarly dispute as to how long was he in the prison camps, but definitely 8 years of hard concentration camp physical labor, 8 years in a coal mine, scientific research, but you're breathing coal dust. It's very, very nasty. And he never, ever gave up. He never said that this was false or that he made it up. He continued to the very end to assert that this was true. So imagine a human being suffering this much for their belief in science, which again wasn't a belief, it's a fact when you can prove it. let's go see now more slides. So Krzyzewski proposed that not only did geomagnetic storms result from, let me read it the right way. Krzyzewski proposed that not only did geomagnetic storms resulting from sunspot-related solar flares affect electrical usage, plane crashes, epidemics, and grasshopper infestations of all things, but also human mental life and activity. Now, his theory was that it was caused by negative ions in the atmosphere that made us more excitable. But let's just look at this really quickly. So electrical usage, meaning how much electricity do we want to use? I guess when we're freaking out in solar maximum, we use more electricity. Plane crashes suggests that this solar energy could somehow disrupt machines in some way. Epidemics, we're going to talk about this a lot more. Grasshopper infestations is another really weird one, right? Why would that happen? Well, we don't really know. But human mental life and activity. Okay, that's going to be a very interesting one. Krzyzewski proposed that human history is influenced by 11-year peaks in sunspot activity, triggering humans en masse to act upon existing grievances and complaints through revolutions, revolts, civil wars, and wars between nations. So revolutions are actually usually going to be a good thing. They change things up, and they get rid of entrenched bureaucratic power structures. Back to this slide once again. He analyzed sunspot records and approximated records, comparing them to riots, revolutions, battles, and war in Russia and 71 other countries for the period of 500 BC to 1922 AD, a process known as historiometry. He found that a significant percentage of what he classified as the most important historical events, remember 80%, involving large numbers of people occurred around solar maximums. So riots, revolutions, battles, and war. Now this is where it gets even more interesting. Edward Dewey, the founder of the Foundation for the Study of Cycles, analyzed and published his data in 1951 in the Foundation's publications. Dewey was heavily influenced by Krzyzewski's stunning data, and his goal was to further understand and extend this knowledge. He wanted to know, was the knowledge still working after Krzyzewski's time? You know, obviously that'd be a big question. 1951, if Krzyzewski only got it up to maybe 1918, is it still going to work? So Dewey got his hands dirty and dove in there and got it done. So here's his picture, going back to the slide. And here's the title of his paper, which is Discovering and Predicting Cycles in Nature and Economics. So in a 1971 book, Dewey described that there are 4 components of the 11-year solar cycle discovered by Krzyzewski, and each of their approximate lengths. So you divide it up into 4 sections, 4 compartments, if you will. Okay, so here's the title of the book, Cycles, the Mysterious Forces that Trigger Events. And again, this was all derived off of Krzyzewski, but just to not to blow over Dewey too quickly, Dewey discovered other cycles besides the 11-year sunspot cycle, and some of them we still don't really know what they are. But there's a lot of interesting and mysterious stuff going on to look at here. Okay, so let's now talk about the 4 different periods of time that Krzyzewski discovered working in this 11-year sunspot cycle. Here we go. The first period is 3 years long, and it's characterized by minimal solar activity. During this time, the people on Earth, and again, he studied 72 countries, and everybody's doing this, right? They're all having the same effects. They're passive, and they have autocratic, like a dictatorship type of rule, okay? Then, in the next phase number 2, the masses are now getting angry. They begin organizing under new leaders in one theme, and that takes place over 2 years. Then you dump right into this maximum excitability, revolution, and war, and this takes place during 3 years of solar maximum, so there's a peak. Okay, the 3 years, according to Dewey, is when this happens the most. So I did say 5 years before, but it's the most significant point is 3 years, and this is your solar maximum. Now remember, our solar maximum started, as I'm going to show you proof of this, it started at the end of September, it started at the end of December 2019. So the 3 big years are 2020, 2021, and 2022. And we're already most of the way through 2021 now. So 80% of the most significant events take place during this time, and again, maximum excitability, revolutions, and wars. What happens in the final period? Gradual decrease in excitability until the masses once again become apathetic, and this takes place over 3 years. So this is, again, the concept of how we have, the wheel of karma, which I talked about last week, that you start at the top and you rotate through the wheel, and as you go down, you're having bad karma and you fall into the dark night of the soul. And the Law of One says that this will continue happening. You're going to continue collapsing and having these dark nights of the soul until the wheel gets to the top and stays there because you've learned forgiveness. So we as a planet also have the potential to get off of this wheel of karma if enough of us can learn forgiveness, and that's a major, major part of fourth density. The Law of One always kind of puts forgiveness and understanding together. They don't always do that, but they do that fairly often. So forgiveness and understanding. Understanding others is what leads to the ability to forgive them. Understanding how they got the way they are can be very helpful in getting you to let go of what's been going on. So Edward Dewey did this research. Where am I? Oh, we're on slide. Okay. So Dewey did this research, and this is very fascinating stuff. And then it was replicated later on by another guy named Dr. Putilov. So Dewey questioned Chizhevsky's theory because in Chizhevsky's data, the sunspot cycle height lagged about a year ahead of the mass excitability index. Isn't that interesting? So the mass excitability starts before the sunspot cycles, right? Or no? Yeah, it did. So that implies that like whatever is happening to the sunspots, even before we actually see the sunspots, the human excitability starts ramping up before then. So there's something deeper involved than just the visible manifestations of sunspots on the sun. In 1992, Arkady A. Putilov, a researcher in animal and human physiology, published a paper empirically testing Chizhevsky's hypothesis, analyzing events described in Soviet historical handbooks. And this is Dr. Putilov. Putilov found the frequency and polarity of events, including revolution, is the highest in the years of the solar cycle maximum. Remember, there's 3 in the Dewey cycle, and the lowest in the year before the minimum. So we're going to keep going through this, but the next thing that we want to ask ourselves is, okay, when did we hit the solar minimum? Now remember, solar minimum is actually defined as the lowest point, the very, 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 very end of when the sun doesn't show activity. Not the beginning, but the end. So you have to look at the sun, you have to see the sun not doing anything, and this has been going on throughout the late years of this decade, right? We've seen the sun not doing much of anything. And I was wondering, like, when is the sun going to start ramping up again? We didn't really know. So, but solar minimum, again, is defined as kind of like the last moment right before solar activity starts ramping up. So solar minimum is that point. So here we go. We have just now started the next cycle. This is right off of Google. Solar cycle 25 is the current solar cycle pattern of sunspot activity. It began in December 2019 with a smooth minimum sunspot number of only 1.8 sunspots across the entire surface, and solar cycle 25 is expected to continue until about 2030. Okay, so what it says right here, the start date is December 2019. So again, the minimum, the lowest activities in the year before the minimum, so we have 2019, like we said. That's the end of the minimum, is the year that you demarcate. Okay, so now we're going to get into more scientific research that I think you're going to really like. In 1996, the Professor Sweetbert Ertel of psychology from the University of Göttingen corroborated a substantial relationship between solar activity and revolutionary behavior. So once again, he followed up on Chizhevsky by looking at the statistical analysis of a master index of violence from below for the period of 1700 to 1985. So now we're going to find out, okay, is Chizhevsky still right, or did it all fall apart? So here's an image of Professor Ertel, and we're going to read a little more from his papers later on, but the quick answer is yes, he found that it works. Before we go into all of Ertel's stuff, though, I want to talk about another guy who I was reading heavily back when I first got online in the late 1990s. He was studying Edgar Cayce's readings and equating them with the earth change disaster prophecies that Cayce was always talking about. So that's Michael Mandeville, where he would look at Cayce's disaster prophecies and then analyze trends in the real world that correlated with them. So, for example, Mandeville is where I discovered that the overall amount of earthquake activity has risen on Earth by 400% at least, just by looking at earthquakes that are 2.5 magnitude and higher, which doesn't have anything to do with adding more seismic stations around the Earth. In other words, there's enough seismic stations from whenever this period of time that he started at began, and I think it was somewhere in the early 20th century. And so even back then, any 2.5 or higher, no matter where it is on Earth, there's enough stations that you know where it is. So you know that you're not going to get more 2.5s and above, unless there was a global effect causing this to happen. Well, in fact, Mandeville found a 400% increase in earthquakes. You can't explain that. You can't explain that with global warming. Fossil fuels and us driving cars that pollute the atmosphere shouldn't make the Earth have more earthquakes. This is some kind of internal pressure and heat thing with the Earth. Why in the world would it be correlated with what we're doing with industrial emissions? You know, you can't possibly try to tell me that more CO2 in the atmosphere is going to disproportionately cause all these extra earthquakes to happen, and they're going to increase by 400%. It's ridiculous. So clearly something else is going on. And then another thing that Mandeville did that was equally impressive was in 1993, the geologists did a big meta-analysis of volcanic eruptions going back to 1875. And once again, about half of all the volcanoes in the world have been continually monitored since 1875. So that's the only volcanoes we're looking at, is about half of them. So from 1875 to 1993, there's an over 500% increase in the activity of those volcanoes, the 50% or so that we've had studied since then. 500%. And again, how in the world are you going to try to say that CO2, carbon dioxide, is going to make volcanoes blow up 500% more? I mean, somebody's going to try, right? Somebody's going to say, oh, well, you know, the Earth is heating up from the inside because we're heating it up from the outside. Not to this extent. This is ridiculous. It's something else. And I've always been talking about interplanetary climate change because these effects we see on Earth are mirrored throughout the entire solar system. They are not unique to the Earth. This is actually a very, very common thing that's happening throughout our entire solar system. So specifically now, because Mandeville did a lot of great stuff, I want to focus on his solar cycle predictions because that was another thing that he studied. And in 2003, back to the slide, studying Krzyzewski and studying all these other guys, he wrote a paper called The Coming Economic Collapse of 2006. Well, he wasn't quite right? It was 2008, but he's basing this on sunspot activity. So, and it says right there, sunspot cycles and their influence on human history, right? The Coming Economic Collapse of 2006, exactly. Mandeville was studying Krzyzewski, and he expected that as we headed into this period of 2006 to 2008, and he does indicate there's a 2-year window, and I'll show you that we would expect an economic collapse based on nothing more than the prediction from Krzyzewski. So he wrote it in 2003. He didn't quite get the year right, but the theory, as you saw on the slide, is that it's going to come along with the right cycles of solar activity, and it totally worked. So this is science. You know, when somebody predicts something and then it comes true, that's predictive analysis, and that's exactly what we want in science. So here is the actual paper, okay? michaelmandeville.com, blah, blah, blah. You can go type that in. A.L. Krzyzewski, so this is his article. A Russian professor of astronomy and biological physics noticed during World War I that particularly severe battles followed solar flares and geomagnetic storms, as we heard. Since the sunspots were in a peak period during 1916 to 17, No doubt the war and its various battles were heavily stimulated by the energies that are boiling off of the sun. World War I, right? Intrigued by the connection of human behavior to solar physics, Chejevsky constructed an index of mass human excitability through, again, what they call historiometry. He compiled the histories of 72 countries from 500 BC to 1922 AD, and 80% of the most significant events, mostly related to war and violence, occurred during the approximate 5 years or so of sunspot activity. And again, with Dewey's analysis, Edmund Dewey, he got it down to 3 years. So again, 2020, 2021, 2022. So by the time we're through 2022, the most intense stuff should have ended. But what does this mean? It's like a revolutionary change. It transforms society, and you're going to read more about this now. Chejevsky went on to observe that the 1917 Russian Revolution occurred during the height of the sunspot cycle. Unfortunately, this was one of science's most costly observations. According to Mandeville, we got 16 years already because 8 plus 8, but Chejevsky spent almost 30 years in Soviet prisons because his theory challenged the fascist Marxist dialectics of the era. Wow, 30 years. I mean, imagine, like, Chejevsky is probably one of the most punished scientists in history for how badly he was attacked by his own government for making a discovery that's really interesting and actually useful, right? If this is what's happening, wouldn't you want to be able to know when these things are going to happen so you can anticipate them? Absolutely. So here's Mandeville's graph. And what he's doing is he's looking at sunspot cycles from 1749 to July 2003, average monthly count. And so this would be the number of sunspots, as you can see on the y-axis, and then the dates on the x-axis. And it says most major human conflicts are easily correlated to the peaks in the count of sunspots, and so are major weather disturbances, including severe droughts and floods. Well, this is another thing Mandeville did a lot of work on, proving that connection. So droughts and floods. Why would there be too much water or not enough water as the solar activity is at its peak? Well, it's because probably weather systems are now on the move and they're doing a lot of unusual things because the Earth is getting more energized as the sun is getting more energized, right? And then people are getting more energized, which is why when there's a solar flare or geomagnetic storm, Chejevsky, as he's there on the battlefield in World War I, is actually seeing the battles rise and fall as the sunspots are moving. Now here's the next graph. This is 1926 to 2003, in which sunspot cycles are now correlated with depressions or recessions. So when you look below the top headline, you see that the gray lines are indicated to be recession years. That's in the rectangle up near the top. It says recession years, sunspot monthly average, and then smooth the predicted curve. So recession years are the gray windows, the gray bars. And it says compiled from International Sunspot Count in 2003. Predicted values of 03 to 09 are by IPS Agency of Australia as of July 2003. So that's how he's able to graph ahead of where they think it's going. But again, as you look at this in more detail, what I want you to see here is all these vertical lines, and then you notice that some of the vertical lines are gray bars. Each of those gray bars is a recession or depression, and sure enough, it's absolutely perfectly correlated with the solar activity. Right as the solar activity is peaking, you get these recessions or depressions, and the conclusion is that the sun is bad for business. But, you know, if you can handle the energy, you can actually do a lot of good with it. And I want to make that point too. And we will as we go on. But this is very, very amazing, isn't it? And one of them is at the bottom, right? So solar minimum caused one of them right after between 1931 and 36 down in the bottom left. But everything else is at the maximum. And this is all after, right? I mean, this whole graph, for the most part, yeah, it's all after Chejevsky did his work. So Chejevsky went to prison for 30 years to predict this graph. And none of this stuff had happened yet, but everything that he discovered came true. And so why don't we talk about this guy? Because then we'd have to deal with the fact that we live in a conscious universe and that the consciousness of the universe is also interfacing with our consciousness. Okay, so now we're going to zoom in and we're going to see 91 and then the 2000 to 2003. So isn't it interesting that right in the middle of the peak of the sunspot activity, we get 9/11, and then we get the corresponding economic collapse that resulted from 9/11. There it is. And you can see it right there. So 2000 through 2003, and even notice 2000, June 2001, there's actually a dip in the sunspot activity, and then it starts ramping back up again right into 9/11. So right as 9/11 occurred, we're right at the peak of the sunspot cycle. That's exactly what Krzyzewski told us to expect. 9/11 lands right on the money with Krzyzewski's data. It's incredible. Okay, next slide. So he says, how strong is this historical connection between major economic downturns and sunspot cycles? He says we can learn more about this connection of sunspots to economic downturns by directly graphing them together in chart 103 above. Quite clearly, chart 103 shows us there is a strong connection between major recessions and peaks of sunspot cycles, as we were just looking at. It's the same thing again. As can be seen in the graph, there is a decidedly strong parallel between recessions and peak sunspots. It has been consistent throughout most of the century, and again, Krzyzewski had it all the way back to 500 BC, with the hypothetical sunspot activity going on, his 11-year cycle, with one notable exception, as we were just talking about. The bottom year of the Great Depression in 1932-33 also happened at the bottom of the sunspot cycle. So that's not normal, but it can happen, apparently, because that's the data. The collapse of the stock market, however, paralleled right on the nose with the peak of the solar cycle in late 1929. Now, the peak of the solar cycle in late 1929, right as it hit the peak, in fact, let's go back and look at that. If I can do it, hold on. Yeah, so we're looking at this graph now on the bottom left. We see 1926 and 1931. So right there where it's 1939, that's the peak of that particular cycle of solar activity. And again, we get the crash, the stock market crash of 1929. So right on the peak of the solar cycle, 1929, we get the collapse of the stock market, just like we saw on 9/11, just like we're seeing since 2000 when this all started to happen again, right? I mean, we've already had a huge economic problem because, COVID started right at the beginning of 2020, which is exactly when solar maximum began, okay? It's very, very amazing. Very, very amazing. Stock prices slid as sunspot numbers slid and the economy wallowed as sunspot counts reached zero. We may be paralleling the 1929 and 1933 era now, and he was again saying it was going to happen, a crash in 2006. There is probably a strong tendency in this era to continue to slide after the bubble break in 2000 for a few years, until all the speculation is squeezed out of the stock prices. From the bears, we already know this means stock prices generally must fall yet another 35 to 75% from their levels in June 2003, depending upon the industry and the company. And he's exactly right. It was a massive crash. He just didn't quite get the year right, but he knew what was going to cause it, and it would be solar activity. So here he goes. This will eventually probably be the outcome of the current 25-year-long depression cycle, and we are likely to catch up with this inevitability in 2006 and 2007. Now, here's the thing you may not realize. We always say 2000 economic collapse, but if you actually look it up, it's the financial crisis of 2007 to 2008. The financial crisis of 07 to 08, known as the global financial crisis, was a severe worldwide economic crisis. Prior to the COVID-19 recession in 2020, it was considered by many economists to have been the most serious financial crisis since the Great Depression. Blah, 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 blah. But here's the thing. All of the failures, the failures that led to this catastrophic thing in 2008, all those failures that were in hindsight very visible and very predictable, started in 2007. You can research this if you want. So the crash was acknowledged, it was starting to happen, and it was written about, but it didn't really ramp up until 08, which is consistent with the sunspot cycle too. At the beginning, you might not get the highest energy. You got to kind of let it ride for a while, okay? So in short, you just saw Mandeville predict a financial crisis starting in 2007, and that it would be massive, 35 to 75% reduction. And it was massive. It was the biggest one since the Great Depression. This is because this science is real and it's true. So I just showed you somebody who predicted it in advance, right? I'm not having the comfort of being after the fact and saying, oh, let's go back and look. No, I'm saying people were seeing this. They predicted it in advance, and he was only off by 1 year. Okay? Now I'm going to show you another person who did the same thing, and this is John Hampson of solarcycles.net. This was written March 15th, 2012. So notice the year, 2012, okay? That's, 9 years ago now. So this is the website, an image from the website where he's talking about these solar cycles. So this is his article. It's called Solar Minima and the Financial Markets. And right here it says that it was posted on March 15th, 2012. So I'm going to read you a little bit of this. If the mass human excitability that Chejevsky identified leading into and around solar peaks translates into maximum risk-taking, speculation, and buying in the financial markets, then might the mass human apathy associated with solar minima translate into conservatism, safety, and maximum risk asset selling? The last solar minimum of December 2008 is shown below. And remember, this is 2012. Note that despite the official dating, solar minima are in reality drawn-out rounded affairs that last a couple of years. The March 2009 bottom in the market occurred during this period. And there you can see it even more up close. Then he says, could that be the nominal bottom of the stock's secular bear? I have advocated that it should be, using history as our guide, but interestingly, I have found that the nominal bottoms of the... I'm sorry this is going to get confusing. The last three secular stock bears, that's a bear market is a bad market, right? And secular means that it's with the people. All occurred not only in the middle of the secular bears, but all within 2 years of official solar minima. So solar minima goes down and you get a bear market. So then he shows you 1932 in this paper, and he talks about, in this case, how the collapse of solar activity corresponded with the collapse of the markets. So the sun can do this going up, the sun can do this going down, but it happens. That's the lesson. So here we see that again. Then he says, back to the slide. So he showed you this thing, which is the correlation between the dive of sunspot activity and then the dive in the market. They're very, very correlated. And then you see it go right back up again. So everything is perfectly aligned. I mean, it's incredible. Why don't we ever talk about this? Poor guy, Chejevsky, 30 years in concentration camps just for discovering something amazing? Why don't we talk about this? Well, again, it's because we've been under a society where we're a lot more controlled than we thought, and we're not getting to hear all the ideas that are out there. We only get the ideas that are approved for us to hear, if you will. That's the problem. Back to the slide, he says, taking this further, I have established that within 2 years of each solar minimum over the last 100 years, we have experienced panics and crashes, if not outright secular nominal bottoms, as shown. So this is the graph, and we're going to go through this step by step. So first I'm going to read you the bottom. A secular nominal bottom, panic or crash in the financial markets occurs within 2 years of solar minimum, with solar minimums being rounded affairs lasting a couple years in reality. Other crashes have occurred. This chart only shows the crashes that occurred close to a solar minimum. Okay, so there are other crashes. However, the sun is definitely doing this again and again. So here's all the stuff that he's been able to directly correlate perfectly with the sun. The panic of 1901, the financial crisis of 1914, stock market and commodity crash of 1921, secular stock nominal bottom, commodity crash 1932, secular stock nominal bottom 1942, commodity crash 1952, sterling silver crisis 1964. That's after Kennedy died and they were selling off all the silver. Secular stocks nominal bottom 75. Black Monday 87. Remember that? I do. My father was screaming about that. His stocks lost a lot that day. He didn't have a lot, but he had enough that he was very angry. Asian financial crisis of 97. Secular stock nominal bottom of 2009. Then look at this, folks. He's got a bottom panic or crash of 2019. And then another one in 2029 and another one in 2040 based upon what's going on. So again, forecasting ahead, I therefore expect the next cyclical stock market low will be higher, meaning lower than March 2009, and that the late 2008, early 2009 bottom will turn out to be the nominal secular bottom, falling close to the solar minimum. And that is what happened, right? It did hit bottom in 2008. Also, forecasting ahead, I expect another crash or panic sometime in the window of 2018 to 2022 around the next solar minimum. Well, what's between 18 and 22? It's 2020, right? And if you actually look at his graph, it says right there, the date that he actually committed to in the graph was 2019. Okay? So that's the date that he thought was the closest. And again, right at the very end of December 2019 is when we had the solar minimum, right? And he says, I expect a crash or panic right around the next solar minimum. Well, the solar minimum, as I said, the solar minimum took place in December of 2019. And then immediately after, just as he predicted, and just as others have predicted by extension, there was an economic collapse, which happened to be associated with, also pandemics. Remember we said that pandemics are triggered by solar activity? Maximum solar activity, you get the pandemic, you get the economic collapse. Everything is exactly the way we expected. So the moral of the story is that the sun keeps kicking our ass because, again, 80% of the most significant human events occur during this circa 5 year of maximum solar activity, which again, Dewey said is only 3. So we got 2020, 2021, and 2022. So it's right around the corner. Now, regarding this concept that the sun influences our consciousness, the galactic center is just a group of stars. And so some very, very cool stuff happens when we're aligned with the galactic center. And this was done by Dr. James Spottiswoode. Here's a scientist who compiled all this information about people who are ordinary folks being studied in the lab to see if they have ESP and psychic ability. And what he found was he was trying to find if there was a time of the day when people are more psychic. So what do you have to do in a meta-analysis? You have to take a bunch of different data sets and then you have to calibrate them to a standard index of measurement, right? So however psychic people are based on how well they score in these little tests, and this includes things like Zener cards where you're trying to guess 1 out of 5 shapes on a card. And there's other examples too. There was Gansfeld where you put these ping pong balls over your eyes and you float in a flotation tank in the dark. And then people had psychic experiments that were done in there. Lots of stuff. They did micro telekinesis experiments where people would try to affect the behavior of balls that are dropped through a little matrix of pins inside a little thing where they're going to fall into one of however many slots, like let's say 12 slots. And which slots the balls fall into, they had people try to psychically affect and have more balls fall into one of the slots, and it actually works. Regular people, believe it or not, and there's a lot of parapsychology, they've done this one, they've replicated it extensively. Ordinary people who don't think they have telekinesis can control where the balls go. Okay? And so those are the kind of like the 3 biggest ones. You got Zener cards, Gansfeld, and the ball test. But there's a bunch of other ones too. So anyway, depending on how well your telekinesis works and you're trying to get the balls to fall into this one slot, let's give it a scale of 1 through 10. How well are you getting the balls to go into the right slot? Okay? Now he's trying to find out, he's got 20 years of data, all the data, all the most professional, reputable psychic data that was studied in the lab and peer-reviewed, replicated, all the things we want to see. Okay? Is there a time of day where people are more psychic? Could it be high noon, for example? What if, right? We don't know. What if the sun is higher? It's right overhead, high noon, right? It's aligned with you, due directly overhead. Could you become more psychic? Is there some kind of lensing effect between the Earth and the sun? And he really worked hard to try to find that. And the answer was no. There was no correlation with what time of day the sun is at, whether it's at high noon or wherever. However, he did find a correlation that lines up every day. But the correlation, believe it or not, is not the alignment with the sun. It was the alignment with the center of the galaxy. This is true. The center of the galaxy. Wow. So when he was aligned with the center of the galaxy, he had, this is called sidereal time. The way that you study where we are in our galaxy and where our Earth is relative to the center of the galaxy, what's our exact position, right? Well, you could say, well, wouldn't it just be the same as our position relative to the sun? No, because our solar system is also revolving around the center of the galaxy. Therefore, you drift by 4 minutes a day. So sidereal time, or local sidereal time, LST, not to be confused with something else that sounds very similar, LST is going to be 4 minutes off per day. So if you figure out a particular time for sidereal time, you're going to have to calculate it the next day and the next day and the next day, because it's going to drift by 4 minutes a day. Does that make sense? Okay, great. Now, check this out. What we're seeing in this graph is how psychic people are across this, 20 years of data of people being telekinetic and controlling which slot the balls fall into. And how well can they use telekinesis, and how well can they be telepathic? But what we're seeing here on the bottom X graph is local sidereal time in hours, right? So you got 0 to 24, so it's a military time. So that's the time in a 24-hour period. And then you have the effect size, which goes from negative 0.2 up to 0.6. So 0.0 is actually like where you're not psychic at all. You have no performance, anything above the norm on these tests. And if you notice, there's actually one point at 18 and a half hours local sidereal time where your psychic ability will be worse. It will be worse than average. It will be worse than 0. All right, look at the graph again real quick and then click back to me. Right there at 18 hours, 18 and a half, it's worse. So if you know this and you're going to try to do something psychic, like let's say you're going to try to, do readings like the ones that I did, if you're going to monkey around with that, and again, please don't believe everything you're getting. Like, that's the biggest problem I see when people try this technique, is that they just think that everything they said is the word of God, and that's not true. This is similar to remote viewing. You want to create data. You don't want to necessarily be attached to your data. You got to go back to the data later and then see, does this data hold up as I look at it later on? And so, like with my own readings, I can easily tell that sometimes I had a stronger connection, sometimes I had a weaker connection. And so the stronger connection readings are the ones that I'm going to read you now, because I've ended up in this crazy, crazy time loop. But anyway, going back to the graph again, what we're seeing is, again, 0, 0 is the line in the middle. That's the baseline. Good enough, because almost everybody is performing better than average. So they are getting psychic results. But then look at this huge, huge spike where it goes all the way up to 0.5, which is probably, this is probably standard deviation. So it's 5 standard deviations above the mean. That's insane. It's very, very massive effect. In fact, just by kind of roughly calculating it, going between, the 0.1 line, which is kind of like where most people are normally parked throughout the day. So 0.1, you go from 0.1 to 0.5. That's a 400% increase in your psychic ability, caused by nothing more than your position, your alignment with the galactic center. So if you have any type of smartphone, there should be free apps that you can get to find out what time it is in local sidereal time. Now, I don't know what time it is right now because I haven't calculated it. But if you look for the ramp up, let's go back to the graph real quick. So if you want to be the most psychic or have the best telekinesis or whatever the heck you're trying to do, if you're trying to communicate with your higher self, meditate, gain insights in meditation, telepathically, whatever, you're going to get a lot better results if you start around, 13 hours local sidereal time, 13 o'clock or thereabouts. So that you can see there's a period from about 12:30 to like 14 hours where it really, really peaks. So if you want to experiment with this and try this out, you'll probably discover some interesting things happening. This is the best time to meditate. This is the best time to pray. This is the best time to try to get things done. So again, the reason why I bring that to your attention is to hypothesize why this might be occurring. The center of the galaxy, in my view and in the law of one view, and typical scientists say, oh, well, there's a black hole in the center of the galaxy and it's right behind this huge cluster of stars in Sagittarius. But we've never seen the black hole right behind the huge cluster. I don't think there is a black hole in the middle of the galaxy. That's just an old theory. What we actually do see is a huge mass of stars in the geographic center of the galaxy, right? Okay. So when we're on Earth, let's just imagine now that we're standing on Earth. Okay, so here's the Earth. This is the horizontal plane of the Earth, and then you're standing on the Earth, right? As the Earth is tilting in relationship to the galactic center, right, at a certain point, oh, it's this hand, I can't even tell. At a certain point, let's say my face is the galactic center, right? So here we are, and we're going through 24. Is this funny? Everybody's probably laughing. Okay, I'm trying to figure out which hand is which, and it's not working. So as we're rotating, and then my face is the galactic center, you're going to come into alignment with it, right? And at this point, let's just say there's like a beam or a conduit of energy that's coming from the galactic center. So as you're in this right position on Earth, I can't figure this out. Whatever. When you're on the right position on Earth, it's as if you're, like, let's say you have a hairdryer, right? And I'm holding a hairdryer, and I go, and I just do that. You're going to feel the burst of heat when I'm aiming it at you, and then as it goes away, you're not going to feel it. Well, instead of that burst of heat and it being a hairdryer, let's say it's the equivalent of a burst of energy from the galactic center. So when you align with it, it's your consciousness. See, this is, when the law of one says Jesus is the galaxy, it's actually a conscious being, and when you're in alignment with this brain, the center of the galaxy is part of your brain, okay? I'm actually going to say that. We are not separate beings. This is what the law of one teaches us. We are part of a conscious universe, and our position in the galaxy makes us more psychic because we're more aligned with the mind that we're actually using. When we think, we're using the galactic mind, right? That's a very, very abnormal concept, and it's not something that most people are ready to accept. However, all you have in the center of the galaxy is a group of stars. This is an empirical effect. It's been scientifically verified. It's been replicated through other studies, and it held consistent for more than 20 years with everyone, regardless of, they're not trained psychics. These are ordinary people. And they're able to do things like make balls fall into the right slot of a machine, as it's supposed to be just a random falling as it hits these pins. How are we doing that? Well, it has something to do with the galaxy. It has something to do with the sun, because the center of the galaxy is just a group of suns. So the sun is actually causing revolutions to occur, which are healing events, right? This four-part formula that Dewey discovered makes everything work out. And if we didn't become apathetic again after we won the war, then we could just stay on the top of the wheel of karma and not have to keep suffering. And that may be what's going on now on Earth. This cycle that we're going through, according to the law of one, is the final stand for the negative on Earth. There is no more negativity on Earth after this. So as crazy and as horrible and as wild as everything looks right now, and again, basically when you look at Chajevsky's research, this intensity is going to continue all the way through next year. So even if we get something like mass arrests or trials, don't expect the intensity to go down for another year or so. I would say to make it 5 years is probably a little bit too long, but definitely the intensity will keep burning as hot as possible right through next year. So now I want to say, okay, where are we now in our solar cycle? And can we actually quantify this? Because this is going to be very important, right? Well, let's look up the old Farmer's Almanac, because they got into great detail on this. This is March 4th, 2021. So we are now in solar cycle 25. Record keeping of solar cycles began in 1755 in solar cycle 1. In December 2019, sunspot numbers hit solar minimum and rock bottom. So December 2019. And that's what she says right here. Okay, so I'll show you that. And then back up a little bit. So, and then the solar maximum or peak is predicted to happen in July 2025. Okay? So we're going through this ramp up to solar maximum, and as soon as we hit the minimum and all this stuff, all the research we've seen, all these guys that went through, basically, okay, so this is another important point, right? Once you hit the minimum, that's where the economic collapse occurs. We've been through all that stuff, and then it ramps up in the 3-year period, and that's where you get the revolutions. So again, they were just saying that the new solar cycle, as it starts to ramp up, started in December 2019, and it's expected that we'll hit the peak in July 2025. Now, what's really, really interesting about this is that I had a dream in this time loop that I'm going to be sharing with you in just a minute that actually directly gave us a date in a curious way of 2026. And it did this by giving me a date that was one cycle behind that, and I know what the cycle is. And I'll have to talk about this later because it's too complex for a show that I want to keep to 3 hours. And we're at the halfway point. Okay, so back to the slide. In December 2019, the sunspot numbers hit the solar minimum and rock bottom, and the sun passed from cycle 24 and 25. And solar minimum is exactly when this century-old research predicts an economic collapse. But what happened immediately after December 2019? We all know, don't we? And that's exactly when I finished my book, The Awakening in the Dream. I finished it in January 2020, right as all this scary stuff is happening. And there's film of people just falling over, apparently dead of this thing in China. They just drop over, and I'm looking at this and I'm going, well, how long is it going to take for that crap to spread over here? But I also didn't want to be negative, and I didn't want to think that would happen. But yeah, you could already see where it was going in January because they were already having a big, big, big crisis going on in China. So what happened after 2019, back to the slide, is that these lockdowns have ruined the economy right on time, and it's still not over. Now, last week I really, let's go back to this one, because we need some blue behind me for this shit. Okay. Last week, I laid down some stuff, some big stuff, okay? And one of the things that I talked about was my personal opinion and belief that there is an antidote. And I was sent some information by one of my high-level insiders who are still talking to me. He's proven very reliable and a good friend. And this information that he sent me appears to show an official from the country in question admitting that this was all a plan, that there was malintent in the plan, and that they have an antidote. So it's great when you have insiders who can send you this kind of stuff. So if I can do this, I'm going to show you this, okay? So I'm not going to say very much at all about what these slides are saying. I'm not going to actually read them, but you can read them, okay? So here we go. This is Ed Greca. It's the plan, we'll just call it that. I'm not going to read any of that top headline. Jerome Bell, VA. And then he says, what he said. So this is this guy who appears to be talking about all this stuff as if he wants this to happen. He wants these things to happen. And I'm not going to read all the speech, but he looks at the United States as being very proud and arrogant, and he attacks the politicians, he attacks the Hollywood celebrities. This man is speaking from a position of profoundly hating what he calls the American elite, and apparently wanting to see them cease to exist, okay? So he talks about the military. He talks about that the military will collapse as a result of what they're doing. Back to the slide. And then he says that once they start this plan, that it's going to be near the end. So that part of the plan has already happened near the end of their whole agenda. And then he talks about that the U.S. elite society, their plan is to have all the elite society get this. You can see 47 minutes in the video now. Then we're down to 20 seconds left in the video. And he says that once they reach their goals, and so he actually talks about the fact that they have goals. Okay, they have a goal. I got to be so careful what I do and don't say, right? I'm not going to do it. They have goals, and that once they've reached the goal, which is defined in this case by, I guess, the defeat of the American elite, okay, then they will stop pushing this one thing, and they will say, oh, we got the antidote, we got the antidote. Well, the antidote is a trap too, as he says right here. So we will no longer push this one thing, and now the antidote will certainly be offered. The antidote will pop up, and he says, what is the antidote for? You can see 15 seconds left now. It's not to heal the damage brought by Da-da-da-da. Oh my God. Really? It's a set, folks, it's a setup within a setup within a shit sandwich. Okay? Oh, I need the antidote now because, well, he says it's not to heal the damage. But I do believe they have another antidote that does, okay? So there's a real antidote and there's a fake one, okay? This is very important. The fake one is not to heal the damage, back to the slide. It's to prevent you from transmitting the V. So in other words, we're already seeing, right, there's a big flip going on where now it's like, well, wait a minute, maybe the people who have participated in this are actually causing others to have a problem, and maybe that's what it is. And so if that's the way it is, that other people are transmitting, then they already have seen that, and at a certain point they have a fake antidote, which will stop the transmission from continuing, but it doesn't actually help any of the damage caused by the original treatment, okay? That's very depressing, and I don't want to depress you, but okay. So he says it's to prevent you from transmitting instead of being a remedy for the effects of this treatment. Now, this is not true, and we've got a lot of good intel. Those who had this done to them are sentenced to death. Okay, that is not true. I know that if a lot of you probably have had this alleged treatment, and I've spoken to some of you. I have a buddy of mine in Los Angeles who has a friend of his, and the friend is like, man, I feel tricked. They bullied me into this. They pushed me into this. I really didn't want to do it, but everybody was telling me I should, and then I did it, and now it's like, geez, I mean, what's going to happen to me, Well, if you don't get any other stuff to help you, we had a leak that came to me from one of my top insiders, apparently, and I don't know if any of this stuff is true, but apparently, if you didn't do any treatment, you got a maximum of 10 years. And then you measure that by what percentage of the blood has a particular problem of agglutinating. I'm being very careful in how I talk. And so if you look at the percentage of agglutination in the sample, and then you take that percentage and you subtract it from 10, and that's supposedly the number of years that a person would have left if they don't have any other outside therapies. So for example, if 30% is agglutinated, you got 7 years. If 50% is agglutinated, you got 5 years. If 70% is agglutinated, you got 3 years, and so on and so on and so on. So it seems like there's a big spike of agglutination in the first 2 months, and if you can get through that, then you're on this kind of a longer timeline. Now, there are lots of things that will be able to treat this, and I can't really talk about it yet. I will during the course, and I'm not trying to say I'm selling the information. I'm not. I'm going to put the information out when it's safe and when it's appropriate, and I think that's going to be soon. But honestly, I think everybody's going to get it at the same time, and it won't be too long from now. On a completely unrelated topic, you may be interested in NAC. You may be interested in boosting certain levels of glutathione in your body. Okay, there may be supplements that could do that. You may be interested in something called quercetin, and you may be interested in pine needle tea, where you take the needles and you cut them when they're freshly growing off the tips, and you boil it up in water. This sounds crazy, but everything I just said, apparently, according to what I'm hearing, really does work and will greatly reduce the agglutination. So there are going to be treatments available, and as we said here, they got antidotes. So, and then he implies, as this statement goes on, that there's more than one type. Okay, so back to the slide again. Those who had this happen are sentenced. That is not true. We have a lot of good intel from the inside now. There's lots of ways you can survive, and I just gave you all of them if you can listen back to that. The antidote, the real one that really works, is still in the hands of the blah-de-blah. Okay, there you go. My insiders came forward with not only just take my word for it, but like actionable intel that we can read and watch. They do still have the antidote. And since, again, there's a defector who came over here from there and he apparently had the full knowledge of the plan. I highly suspect that he brought this with him. So if we can just get through this, and if you can get through the first 2 months, you're probably going to be fine, because the real antidote should be able to take care of everything. And then people are going to be like, oh my God, David, you're saying there's a fake one and a real one. How are we going to know the difference? The changes that are about to happen in society, partially as a result of this 11-year sunspot cycle and the revolutions and all the human advancement that occurs, this is where we are. We're here now. Like, we're already in this thing, and we need something to grab onto, because I don't believe this is anywhere near as bad as most people think. A lot of people are so terrified. Oh my God, we're all going to die. What's going to happen? This is so scary. I don't trust anybody. I don't trust the military. I don't trust the president. But there's other stuff going on. There's a whole other layer of this. And what's very, very fascinating is the prophecies that we have about that. But first, let's finish with these slides, okay? So the antidote is still in their hands, and I bet you it's in our hands too now, and we'll know which is the right one when the time comes, because we're going to see mass arrests, all kinds of truth-telling, and I believe, with anything, right? If somebody purports to have the right antidote, we're going to have to test it for real and make sure that it really does something that's not dangerous, okay? But I believe that we have that already. So he says, since the blah-de-blah wants you to die, how would they offer the antidote to you? So there you go. They don't want to give you the real one because they want to, cause this to happen. So you can go look that up. If you trace it around, it's there. But the point is, these pandemics are also directly linked to solar activity. And once again, Dr. Sweetbert Ertel, from the University of Göttingen, one of his papers in 1994 is correlating the sunspots with influenzas. Wow, okay. So that's one paper that he wrote that shows the correlation. And here's another paper much more recently where somebody's attacking him and trying to say that none of this is real. But the skeptical stuff that she comes up with, I don't think holds up at all. And he actually refuted it. Anyway, I'm going to read this. Using these data, other researchers have attempted statistical analyses to verify the purported association between influenza pandemics and sunspots. And again, this is the skeptic. This analysis examines the work of researchers who claim to verify the sunspot pandemic effect. Ertel, Tapping et al., and Jung. Two of the analyses claim that maxima and sunspot activity are associated with influenza pandemics, while another claims that both maxima and minima in sunspot activity may be associated with pandemics. A brief synopsis of each analysis is given below. So maxima and minima may cause this. And that's, honestly, like, now that we're seeing that the sun is controlling human behavior, why wouldn't it also be able to make these things happen? Because these are disruptive events that fall in line with the timeline the sun is giving us. When we get into the maximum activity, we get all the most chaos, and we have to kind of push through that at the tail end of minimum as we ramp up into maximum. So right here, again, Dr. Ertel has claimed that both maxima and minima in sunspot activity are associated with pandemics. So in these cycles of history, the four-part unit of dividing up the 11 years that we saw from Dewey, those 11-year cycles in 4 sections, you have an economic collapse and you have a pandemic kind of thing, and then that leads to revolution. But, as I've been saying, this is the first time that our entire planet is experiencing the exact same cycle effects. So the end of solar maximum, as we said, is in July 2025, and 80% of the most significant events related to war and violence occurred during these 5 years. However, there's a positive side to this, again from Roland McCready. And so this is his paper on coherence from 2010. And he said, and this is based on real scientific research, which he's then citing the work of Hallberg in 2000 and 2008. Our own human physiological rhythms, like our respiration, heartbeat, and global behaviors are synchronized with solar and geomagnetic activity. So we're totally linked with the sun. Our bodies, the way we breathe, the way we think, everything. Historically, cultures such as the Egyptian, Hopi, ancient Indian, and ancient Chinese believed that their collective behavior could be influenced by the sun. Yeah. The first scientific evidence of this belief was provided by Chejevsky, a Russian scientist who noted that more severe battles during World War I occurred during peak sunspot periods. And he conducted a thorough study of global human history and constructed an index of human excitability dating back to 1749. Now, we saw this before. I'm just going to show it to you again. How precisely the historical events are correlated with the number of sunspots. I mean, it's uncanny how accurately these two graphs match each other. And then on again through 1840 to 1920. Since his pioneering work, energetic influxes from solar and geomagnetic fields have been associated with numerous aspects of human health and wellness, both positive and negative. And then he's again giving links, in this case, to Cornelissen, Hallberg, and Otsuka. So numerous aspects of human health and wellness are directly associated with the sun. The scientific community and the media tend to focus on the negative correlations, and this includes how we've been talking about Chejevsky for the most part up until now, right? Societal conflicts, crime, terrorism, traffic accidents, mortality from heart attacks and strokes, etc. However, the greatest levels of human flourishing also occur during these cycles, as Dr. Ertel calculated in 1998. The greatest levels of human flourishing, the greatest bursts of artwork, the greatest bursts of new music, new dance, new creativity, new scientific discoveries, totally mind-blowing, breakthrough, never-before-seen technological discoveries, which kind of gets into what I'm doing here today, right? So don't only think about Chejevsky as being that the sunspots only cause negative effects as they ramp up. At the same time that there's this kind of instability and revolution going on in the world, there's a lot of really, really great stuff happening. All the greatest religious advancements, spiritual advancements, scientific advancements, they all happen right during the same period of time. And that's equally important. But as Dr. Ertel said, again, you can see him right here, this is something that we normally don't take seriously. We don't look at the positive aspect of what it's doing here. So here's a paper of his. I believe it's from him. Yeah, it is. Sweetbird Ertel. And this is on Science Frontiers Online, one of the earliest websites online that I found back in '96. They had a lot of cool data on it all the way back then. And they haven't really changed it since then either. Look at the design. It's pretty old. But I'm going to zoom in on this. So again, the paper is from 1990, as you can see at the top, January, February, number 67. And then if you look at the author's name down at the bottom, it says Sweetbird Ertel. So in 1990, this was published. And let's see, so I've got all that worked out in slides, so we don't have to read it off of that. In a previous paper, evidence has been reported suggesting a link between historical oscillations of scientific creativity and solar cyclic variation. Eddy's discovery of abnormal secular periods of solar inactivity, the Maunder minimum type, offered the opportunity to put this present hypothesis to a crucial test. I said president instead of present. Using time series of flourish years of creators in science, literature, and painting from AD 600 to 1800, it was found that, as expected, number one, cultural flourish curves show marked discontinuities or bursts after the onset of secular solar excursions synchronously in Europe and China. So there again, you get this huge burst of creativity and cultural flourishing in Europe and in China right as the sun starts ramping up. Good stuff, cultural flourishing. During periods of extended solar excursions, which again is like the minimums, I guess, bursts of creativity, painting, literature, and science succeeded one another with lags of about 10 or 15 years, right in conjunction with the solar cycle. And again, I think he's saying extended solar excursion is like a ramp up. It's not clear exactly whether he's talking about the minimum or the maximum here. Let's go back again, just look at that. So he said periods of extended solar excursions, right? So, okay. Solar cyclic variation. So he says abnormal secular periods of inactivity, Maunder minimum type. Right, so inactivity. So maybe we're not going to get all the technology until after we get through the 3 hot years. Because after the onset of these excursions, which I guess means that the sun has calmed down and we've been through the revolution, then you get the burst of science and technology. So that's what we're going to get after, I guess, 2022 and thereabouts, as the sun starts to ramp back down. So we get bursts of creativity in painting, literature, science. And the reported regularities of cultural output are prominent throughout, with eminent creators. So if they're an eminent creator, they can be artistic the whole time. But with ordinary professionals, their artistic creativity peaks when the sun allows it to happen. So what he says here then is the hypothesized extraterrestrial connection, in this case from the sun, of human cultural history has thus been considerably strengthened. The extraterrestrial connection to our human history. So it's not just bad stuff, it's also really good stuff, which again fits in with the idea that when we're in alignment with the center of the galaxy, we get this huge 400% peak in our psychic activity. So then Ertel did another paper in '98 that gave even more data on this, called Cosmophysical Correlation of Creative Activity in History of Culture. The regularities in the creation of outstanding works of painting and poetry, as well as scientific discoveries over a period of 1400 to 1800, was estimated quantitatively. The occurrence of about a 10-year periodicity, just like the sunspot cycle, of creative activity in West European and in Chinese painting, poetry, and science is shown. Wow. As a rule, the peaks of creative work in China agree with those in West Europe. Since the Chinese civilization was not directly connected with the European one, the effect of a synchronizing external factor, i.e. the sun, is proposed. It is assumed that variations in solar activity serve as this factor affecting people's artistic creativity. This study is based on historical data in painting, poetry, and scientific discoveries from 1400 to 1800. And then we get even more data on this idea from Armstrong Economics. And the paper is called Napoleon War, Sunspots, and Human Excitability, published in 2018. So once again, we're seeing the correlation here with the 11-year sunspot cycle as the jaggedy peaks, and then the number of sunspots there, and then we have the mini ice age, and then that line, I guess, has to do with, in this case, global temperature, or maybe it's just the median average. Yeah, it's the 11-year average. This is what the line says, 11-year average of the sunspots. So that's how you calculate overall how many you got. But this is what I really wanted you to hear. Tchaikovsky did a study on sunspot and human activity. He found that humans responded, even creating wars, as there are swings in sunspot activity. He may be most notable for his use of historical research historiometry techniques to link the 11-year solar cycle, Earth's climate, and the mass activity of peoples. Just after World War I, Tchaikovsky published a book on cycle theory. The title might not have been destined to make the book a smash hit, but it might take a big breath away before you finished reading the last word. The title was Investigation of the Relationship Between the Sunspot Activity and the Course of the Universal Historical Process from 5th century BC to the present. Wow. Tchaikovsky did prove that humans became more excited every 11 years, which corresponds to the known 11-year sunspot cycle. He gathered data from 72 nations from 500 BC to 1922. Throughout this period of 2,422 years, he included such factors of human excitability as wars, riots, revolutions, expeditions, that's important, like people going out and finding new land, and migrations. He took into consideration the magnitude of the event, the size of the area affected, and the number of people involved. The charts that are reproduced here give a very interesting cyclical view of human activity, which you could call emotion or excitability. So here's the human excitability cycle. This is Tchaikovsky's original art, 5th century BC, and he's showing the behavior of history as he analyzed it, which again fits with this 11-year periodicity of what we would expect the sunspot cycle to be back then, even though we can't really see it because we don't have the data. But then it goes right up to the 20th century, and it's very, very consistent. So the Tchaikovsky cycle, once again, Armstrong covers the same topic, indicates that every 11-year cycle period, according to Dewey at least, could be broken into 4 distinct periods. Period number 1 is 3 years long. It's marked by peace, passiveness, and general rule by minority groups. Again, this is where bad things start to happen. Period 2 has a duration of 2 years in which general excitability grows from political unrest. New ideas or concepts emerge which tend to challenge the party in control. These ideas become popular answers to present-day problems, but there is a definite lack of a uniting force. In period number 3, and I added some of these slides myself. This is not exactly quoted from the material. I'm summarizing what the paper says. In period number 3, the public's voice is heard. Brave new leaders emerge. This is what we're under right now since 2020. Okay? And under a dictatorship, this has been the strongest period of mass riots and revolutions in which the major problems in society are then solved. At times, anarchy does prevail, but generally, democratic reforms are gained. So, brave new leaders emerge beginning in period number 3. And this is exactly what we've been seeing with the pillow guy and with the general, who everybody now knows and loves, and with the lawyer, Sidney, and many others. The Arizona State Senator, Wendy. And I go on and on from there. So, like, these people are now prominently driving forward this narrative, which is essentially proving that what happened is fraudulent and it needs to be fixed. And so the will of the people will not be suppressed. And so again, going back to the slide, during this period of time, we're going to see mass riots, revolutions, but major problems are solved and democratic reforms are gained. That is what's happening now, and we're still in it. And it's going to continue through 2022. So we can expect many, many amazing things to be happening during this time. And then period number 4, as we already heard, is when everybody kind of wears out. The excitability declines. They go along contented, but they're apathetic. Peace movements are usually generated during this period. The masses do have prosperity. They go about back into normal life, awaiting the sun to set and the new light of dawn, which brings the beginning of a new cycle. This is what he said. So we got, again, period number 1, 3 years of peace and passivity. Period number 2, 2 years of excitability and unrest without a unifying force. That was right up until 2020. And you could see that for sure. And then period number 3 is unification, revolution, and reform. And that's the phase we're in right now. We're just about halfway through the 3-year period. And then we get into contentment and apathy. So as I've said, this is a story that has a beginning, middle, and ending. The cycles of history, setup, conflict, and resolution. So I've talked a lot about the cycles of history in my books. And so the 11-year cycle of the sun, if you break it up into 4 pieces, that's just a really simplified view of the hero's journey. So the hero's journey is what I've argued, the mind of the galaxy is driving us through a blueprint of experiences that we need to have in order to get spiritually enlightened. So it's like a template for human evolution. And interestingly enough, this pattern shows up in mythologies all over the world. In other words, people have a dream or they get a vision or maybe some type of extraterrestrial came and visited them and gives them these stories which they then tell about a hero who goes on a quest. And so it's a typical Hollywood movie type of story. And especially after George Lucas used Joseph Campbell's research into all this, Joseph Campbell compared many, many, many different cultures all around the world and found that each one of them in their mythologies is telling this one single story over and over and over. And they're not connected to each other, so how the hell do they know how to tell the story? So Joseph Campbell took the ideas of Dr. Carl Jung and said that the hero's journey is the grand summary of all the archetypes that Dr. Carl Jung was saying that exist. If you take all the archetypes and put them together, we have to go through all of these in the course of this story, in the course of the hero's journey. So there's 3 phases to it. There's setup, conflict, and resolution. And so the hero's journey plays out every 11 years with the sun. Okay, check this out. So again, we have, it's a story that has a beginning, middle, and ending. That's the basic idea of the hero's journey. You set up the story. The hero goes into conflict with the villain. The hero has to face off against the villain. And then there's a resolution. Well, this is precisely the same as the 4-part solar cycle formula. Number 1 is peace, which leads to unrest, which riles people up and gets them all activated. And then they have a victory. And there's all these, great things that occur, and then we move into contentment. And this is where the scientific breakthroughs start to happen after the war's over. So unfortunately, though, typically when we get to contentment, we lead to apathy. Apathy leads to bad boundaries in the new peace period. And then we get unrest again in period number 2 as a result of these bad boundaries. Once again, we have to defeat them. We get a victory, and then our apathy returns again. As I said, this is the wheel of karma in the law of one. And their key advice is that in forgiveness lies the stoppage of the wheel of karma. So by forgiving those who have hurt you the most, while also exercising your healthy boundaries, in forgiveness, you don't have to go down into apathy. You don't have to go down into your life sucking again. As I said, your life sucks, right, last week. And I did add that, okay? That's intended to be funny, because sometimes I say really funny things, but they go by really fast. And I started to get so many emails about certain things I said last week. I'm like, I got to go back and watch it. And so I did. And it's like an instant replay. Sometimes I'll slow it down 70% just so you can enjoy the sheer outrageousness of some of the things that I'll say when I'm in the moment, Okay, so everything is leading up to a grand finale. Back to the slide real quick, just to make that point. And we are now in that part of the sunspot cycle where we're supposed to get everything that back to the camera, everything that we think we're going to get, everything that we want to have in society to make this world better. It's all happening now. So if you think that the usual suspects are just going to keep doing what they always do for the next few years, that is not true. I mean, the sunspot cycle essentially forbids it from happening. The sunspot cycle requires there to be a massive, massive overthrow of negativity at this time. And then what's even more interesting than that is that not only do we have the 11-year sunspot cycle, which again has the hero's journey chopped up into 4 pieces, You got peace, unrest, revolution, and then contentment. So that 4-part cycle is only taking place over the course of 11 years, but one would argue that the 25,000-year cycle would have the same pattern again based on all these ancient teachings. And I'm not going to get into all the proof of this now, but it is very, very extensive. Essentially, all of the historical cycles that I discovered are subdivisions of the 25,000 years. And I'll say 25,000 just to keep it simple. I know that it's 25,920 years, but I'll say 25,000. So, okay, for example, if you look at the age of the zodiac, it's 2,160 years long, and there's 12 of them in the 25,000 years. So you take 2160 times 12, you get 25,920 years. So each individual age of the zodiac, which is, we've been studying these ages of the zodiac and keeping track of them since the dawn of history. The very, very beginning of all human life on Earth, we already had the ages of the zodiac, and they were clearly defined, correlated with constellations, correlated with animals, etc. Well, what I discovered in my second book, The Synchronicity Key, is that the 2,160-year cycle perfectly reiterates historical events. They overlap with each other. So events that happen in Roman history then reiterate in American history 2,160 years later. This is a big topic. It's outside the scope of what I can do today. I have talked about it before. I did talk about it in Gateway to Galactic Mind a little bit. And I might do some more of this as time goes on. So just to make that point alone, there's some kind of very strange thing that's overlapping history 2,160 years apart, and it's amazingly precise. Hitler shows up in Carthaginian history, that was the enemy of Rome, as Hannibal. They look identical. Hannibal has a beard, Hitler has a little mustache, but their faces look the same. They invade the same lands with the same military war strategies in the exact same years in history. And then when you look at Watergate, as Nixon is thrown out of office, it perfectly corresponds exactly 2,160 years before with an almost identical scandal where Scipio Africanus was thrown out because he was caught bribing the enemy to extend the war for his own political power. which again, Nixon was extending Vietnam for his own political power. So it's basically the same thing. And there's so many of these, and they're so amazing that, again, I had to write a whole book about it, and I've really still not done the definitive filmic treatment of all this data because it's vast and it takes a long time to make all those slides because this is very, very intricate stuff. Anyway, the only reason I'm bringing this up at all is that if there's cycles of history that are extremely precise, sometimes almost down to the day, across a gulf of 2,160 years, that implies that the 2,160-year cycle itself is like a hero's journey that has peace, unrest, revolution, and contentment. And it implies that the whole entire 25,000-year cycle, because the sun is correlated with consciousness, because it creates creativity, because it creates wars and revolutions and economic collapse, it's probably not just doing it over a course of 11 years. It's probably also doing it over the course of 2160 years, and it's probably doing it over the course of 25,000 years. When you then go back into sources like the Law of One, what do they tell us about the 25,000-year cycle? They say that at the end of the cycle is the culmination of everything that humanity needs to learn. So at the end of the cycle, we get a global initiation. We get a global dark night of the soul. It's happening right now. And we have a mass consciousness effect where everybody is faced with the same problems at the same time. And I was expecting this. But we'd never really seen anything where the whole world has to deal with the same thing at the same time until COVID in 2020. That's when we all started to go through a collective timeline, that we're all on the same timeline. I believe now, as I've started to understand this more, and then I've looked at some of these readings that I got, which we're going to talk about momentarily, I'm now convinced that the story that we're in right now, the story that we're all going through collectively, that is the big plan. That is the big global event that synergizes the world through trauma and crisis. Okay, we're in that global crisis. The whole world is dealing with an attack. The whole world is having protests. The whole world is very upset. And we've never seen anything like this before. There's never been a singular global problem, a singular global enemy. There's never been a singular global dark night of the soul. And so again, my argument is that this is not random. This is actually cyclical. It's a cyclical change. So this is where I was up until, a couple of days ago, and this was the show I was going to give you, and the show would have stopped now, which is, I guess, 2 hours and 12 minutes in. However, something has happened to me just since I did the show last week that is absolutely mind-blowing, and it involves one of the most enigmatic aspects of the work that I've done over the years. Because starting in 1992, I began writing all my dreams down every morning, and I have a bunch of notebooks. And then starting in 1996, in November 10th, I began receiving a telepathic contact. And this was not anything I stumbled over. Again, I was taught how to do this originally from Richard Hoagland's discussion forum. There was a man there, Joe Mason, and he had a technique called the dream voice. I called Joe Mason on November 9th, and then on the morning of November 10th, after he explained to me how to do this, do not analyze it. You still need to be able to remember your dream. You don't really want to wake up. You want to be as sleepy as possible. And then listen to all this stuff in the background that's like voices. If you can hear that, if it sounds like there's a TV on in the background, if it sounds like somebody's talking, you don't have to understand it. In fact, you don't want to understand it. The weirder it sounds, the better, but just listen to it and then document it. So I woke up the next morning and I hadn't had enough sleep because he kept me up all night. And I started to try to write my dream down. I couldn't remember anything. So I said, let me just practice this technique that he showed me. And so I start listening. And I was able to hear things. And I started to write them down. And I kept doing this and doing this and doing this, writing it in my notebook. And then at the end, I realized, oh my God, I've got like 9 pages of this amazing stuff that's very cryptic and very strange. And it seems to have an identity that's not me, but I spoke the words. It's identifying itself as some sort of spiritual being that's at a higher level. Now, I didn't know anything about this stuff other than what I'd already been reading in the Law of One. And therefore, I knew about Edgar Cayce. I knew the Law of One. I knew it was possible for people to telepathically connect with these higher forces. I didn't think I'd ever be able to do it. Now all of a sudden I'm faced with like, oh wow, here we go. I'm getting this stuff, and right away it started to predict the future. So this is what Awakening in the Dream is about. My new book, I finally, after all these years, have been able to write about this because I got very, very heavily ridiculed online for having had these readings. When I was writing the book Awakening in the Dream, there was a very fascinating phenomenon where the readings that I was now looking up and putting into the book and the dreams from those times were describing things that were happening in my life right now. Just to show you how weird this is, I grew up in a very, very inexpensive house in upstate New York. It was not a mansion by any stretch of the imagination. It was a tiny little place with 3 bedrooms. And when that house came up on the market, it was very inexpensive, and our company acquired the house so that in the future, I'm not going to have somebody else who owns it and then say they want to sell it to me for like $1 million just because it's me. I didn't want anybody screwing with me, so we're not really using it right now, but in the future, I hope to, go visit. I haven't even had a chance because I can't go to New York State for obvious reasons. This has been crazy. But my mother went over there to help me out because, we needed to get things like make sure that the heat is going to run and all that kind of stuff. So she goes to the house, she opens up the attic stairwell, which is this folding 3-part staircase. And then it gets stuck and she can't get it to close. And so she starts writing me and she's all upset, like, they installed a new set of attic stairs different than the ones we had when we lived there. And she moved out in 1997. I don't know, it's stuck open. I can't get it to close up again. So I said, well, let me see what I can do. I'll look some things up. So then I go back to, she sent me a picture. I looked up the manufacturer and I found some instructions on this ladder. Then I'm still writing, so I texted it to her. And then I go back and I'm working on my book. And the very next thing in the book is basically the very next thing in my transcripts that I was putting into the book at the time I was writing it when she called me. This is the part of my work from, I don't remember what year, somewhere in the 1990s. In that dream that I had right open, there's an attic with a staircase that's stuck. It's literally the exact same thing. It was unbelievable because it's in the 1990s. And so you're gonna cross your arms and say, I don't believe you. Well, I'm all about making dreams into reality. And so you don't have to believe me, but I do recommend that if you're interested enough to find out more, that you actually read Awakening in the Dream, order the book, it's like $20, and you can read this for yourself. All these crazy things that were happening and all these things they were telling us, which include some very, very prophetic statements in the book. For example, I talk about in the book that my mom got inoculated in 1976 for smallpox and that she nearly died from it. So that whole theme, that whole idea, that concept is actually written into the book. And I, again, finished the manuscript in January 2020, long before any of this was becoming obvious. I had just started to see this stuff happening. I never thought about the idea of including that reference in the book. I mean, I could prove that reference is in the book with drafts I sent to the publisher months and months before this started to happen. And that's easy to do. So my point is, these time loops are a very strange thing. Now, when I first started doing this, at the beginning I was listening and then writing it down in the notebook, but then I went to dictating it into a tape recorder. And that I found I could get deeper out. I could have less awareness of the material. I didn't have to wake up to write it down. I could be very out, keep it running, and just let my voice talk. And again, you don't want to understand it. You don't want to pay any attention to it. And it's a very, very strange thing where you let yourself speak. And I will be honest with you now and admit that last week, when I did the video last week, several times I was pushing words out of my mouth and I had no idea what it was going to say. But I just let myself talk. But I've gotten so good at it now that you can't really tell if that's happening. But typically, I'll let my hands off the wheel for 1 or 2 sentences, and then it'll come back, and I'll be like, oh, I see where this is going. And then I remember where we're going, but sometimes I literally will talk without having any idea what I'm about to say. And I'm just letting my voice do what it wants to do, and I don't know what I'm going to say. But I just allow speaking to happen. It's a very strange thing if you haven't experienced it, but it can occur. You can train yourself for this. Maybe you don't want to, but channeling is very difficult, by the way. This is not something you're going to pick up easily. It takes a lot of work and meditation, stilling your mind, and then being able to hear the words and then not analyze and interpret the words. It's the most important point. In the early days, when I was doing these readings and all this stuff was happening to me, I would dictate them onto cassettes. And unfortunately, because I'm working a job that was $5.77 an hour, full-time, I only had about $200 a week of take-home money. I was still buying UFO books and everything I could get my hands on. I took whatever money I did have and continued my research, but I had very little money. And I'm working full-time. So that's like 9 hours or almost 10 hours a day gobbled out. So I can't always get to transcribing my tapes. And the tapes start to stack up. I might even have 5 90-minute cassettes in a stack on my desk. Now I'm going to tell you something very bizarre. Over and over and over and over and over, every single time actually that I sat down to transcribe when I seemingly was going to do it at random, and I got this stack of tapes, and let's say the one on top is a month old, and I seemingly at random have decided to do this, right? I sit down, I hit play wherever it was when I last was transcribing, and I start transcribing, and the voice, whether it's a dream or whether it's the reading talking in my voice, but I have no idea what it's saying, every single time the dream or the voice would describe what I was just talking about, or what I was just seeing, or what I was just thinking about right before I sat down. Consciously, I had no memory of this. So let me give you an example. In 2000, my girlfriend at the time had gone to the ARE, which is the Association for Research and Enlightenment. That's the Edgar Cayce Center in Virginia Beach. There was a guy who was an old friend of hers. He had only gone there that one day. She only went there that one day. They just so happened to meet each other. The first thing that the guy starts telling her is that he had pictures of a building where they had made the top of the building into a little UFO with porthole windows, like a little disc. And then he starts showing her all these pictures of this. She tells me this story about looking at a building where the top floor looks like a UFO, and she saw the pictures. Well, that sounds cool, and I was genuinely thought that was a novel idea. Some freak actually spent the money to do that. I love it. Okay, so then I go back and I hit play, and the very next thing that my voice is describing is a building where the top floor is built to look like a UFO. All the hair on my arm stands up, and I say, and I hit stop again. I say, you got to come over here, and I called her over. You got to listen to this. This is exactly where I was right after you just told me that. And I hit play. We're both looking at each other like, oh my God. I mean, how does this even happen? So every single time I transcribed, this would happen. Another example, there was a little girl that I saw in the convenience shop, and she had this little orange toy called a Tamagotchi. It's like a little bird. You're supposed to feed it, and if you don't, it dies. But then you can just start the game over again. So you can keep killing the thing if you want to. But I guess it was like children wanted to get experience with being mothers and having a baby. And so if you don't feed your baby, the baby's going to die, kind of thing. So she's in there feeding it, and then I go right back to the transcripts after I got home, hit play. The very next thing is, here's a little girl with an orange toy in her hands. Another crazy example is that I go to Woodstock, which was right next to the town I was living in, Rosendale. And I went to a cafe in Woodstock, I forget which one. And I meet this guy, and he starts telling me about Joseph Campbell. And that Campbell's view was that different religions are simply different methods of software to access the same God. Because there is something out there. There is a cosmic intelligence. There is a oneness. You could call it Allah. If you're an Arab, you could call it God. You could call it whatever you want. Joseph Campbell's perspective was there's something out there, and no one teaching can actually embody everything there is to know. So what we get is like different types of software. So one type of software might be Christianity, another type of software might be Islam. There's a lot of overlaps with them. They both talk about this event at the end of the age happening, but they're different software. So we have this huge conversation. I was very inspired. I was very excited. And then I go home and I hit play. And the next darn thing on the tape recorder is it's the voice speaking. And I think it was Michael, because Archangel Michael, as you're going to find out, is somebody who shows up when it's a really, really good transmission. The very first thing that Michael says is, we are installing new software. And the guy in Woodstock had just told me that different religions are different softwares for accessing the same thing. Then the beings say, we are installing new software, some new information that we didn't already have. Okay? So what has happened in those years since this all started is that on about maybe 5 or 6 major occasions, I've had what I call a time loop. And this is where my readings back in whatever year, 96 through 2000, is almost entirely where any of these time loops happen. Because after 2000, I was doing a lot of client readings, and I used to have clients. I did 500 client readings from 98 to 2005. After 2000, I kind of stopped doing them for myself, and I was just doing client readings. And then after 2005, I kind of stopped doing the readings altogether. And as I said, it was because my life was so stressed out that I was worried that I might not get good results. And now we're 2.5 hours in. I still got to read you guys this stuff, so I don't want to talk a whole lot longer about this. But let's finalize this before I give you these amazing, amazing slides. As I said, maybe 5 or 6 times, I'm not exactly sure, I've been living in a particular place, in a particular house, in a particular geographical region, with particular people in my life who are the main people I'm dealing with. And there's all these different situations that are happening. And then I'll get like a dream, and it'll say, you might want to go back and look at May 1998 in your transcripts. And then I'll go back to May 1998, and I'll start reading it. And the whole entire thing is just giving me things that sound exactly like stuff that's going on in my life right now. Just like with the tapes on the stack of cassette tapes, and I transcribe them and they're describing what was just happening to me, except now it's like 5 years ago, or 11 years ago, or 20 years ago. As time has gone on, these time loops have gotten longer. The number of years appears to have no effect on the accuracy of the results. So I had documented an extensive litany of these when it happened during the time I was writing Awakening in the Dream. Everybody I was dealing with, my wife, everybody shows up, the geographical location I was living in, the description of the house I was living in, and then all kinds of really, really interesting, weird specifics. So I documented all that, and you can go read the book. Well, guess what? I just had another one. I have had probably the mother of all time loops. And the period of time loops that seems to have been the strongest, as based on all the research I've done up until now, is roughly November 15th, 1999 until December 28th, 1999 or thereabouts. I'm only going to read you, maybe if I can get through it, half of this today. And I have a half an hour to do it. I think that's enough time. So like I said, sometimes the time loop has happened from a dream where it just says, go back and look at this month and year. And then I start reading that month and year in my journals, and it's like, oh my God. In this case, I started to remember that maybe it was in a reading, maybe it was in a dream, I wasn't even really sure. But I just started thinking in my day-to-day life, didn't the readings at some point call me the father of anti-gravity? And I've mentioned this off and on. I mean, when they told me this, when they said that I was the father of anti-gravity, or a father of anti-gravity, I was like, well, that doesn't really seem very likely. I'm taking care of developmentally disabled adults. I'm making $5.77 an hour. How in the world am I going to be the father of anti-gravity? And that's not even the main thing I intended to do with my life, to make technology. I'm here to do these readings and be a psychic. Well, that was before I started to go more into scientific research. once I was told about a possible future where I may be in some way instrumental in bringing out anti-gravity, I said, well, there's obviously a reason why I was told this, and so I want to use this. So I'm going to use this knowledge, and I'm going to make this actually something that may come true. So I started to do a lot of research into anti-gravity, and actually wrote most of an entire book on it after they told me this, because I said, well, how could I be the father of anti-gravity if I haven't actually studied it and learned about it? So I started to study it and learn about it as a result of this guidance. So back to the slide. Now the time loop has been happening, and the window again is November 15th to December 28th, 1999. So as I'm walking around, and this is going on for 2 weeks now, I keep hearing father of anti-gravity, father of anti-gravity. It's like, well, isn't this interesting? Because right now, I'm actually launching a course on anti-gravity with a guy who knows how to do it. And in fact, right now, he and I, for the last 3 years, have been building this company that's going to be able to make anti-gravity using the patents from the government that they've already disclosed from the Navy, the Pentagon, and the DIA. The DIA, most people don't know, disclosed 154 pages of documents on advanced technology that they gained based on their own statement and admission from crashed extraterrestrial wreckage. We talked about this a little bit last week. And the DIA declassified all these documents. Well, the documents don't really make a whole lot of sense. They're incredibly technical. Now, I've known this insider, Ben, for 12 years. He worked in aerospace, and he worked in classified programs. And so there's still a lot of things that he's not going to talk about right now. He was a colleague of Dr. Pete Peterson. Dr. Pete Peterson claims that there's 65 different locations where we have bases that are off-planet throughout the galaxy. So his line was, there are Americans all over the galaxy. Now, Ben is not going to confirm or deny things like this, and so what he is going to do, though, is he's going to give us an incredible amount of information on clean, free energy, anti-gravity, portal travel, warp travel. We talk about the Philadelphia experiment in this upcoming thing we did. And he's so articulate, and he speaks with an amazing amount of precision, just like I do. You really get the sense when you see this that he knows exactly what he's talking about. And then we also have patents that were declassified that actually work. The Salvatore Pius patents. Why does Salvatore Pius translate as Savior, Salvatore, Pius Nation, the Savior of our nation? Why would the Navy declassify these technologies that build a flying anti-gravity triangle that can go through the ocean and can go through the air? So it's called a hybrid air underwater craft, or HAUC, Hawk. Why would they declassify this if it didn't work? Well, then James Sheehy, the chief intelligence officer for the Navy, actually made a public statement which, by law, confirms that this is an operable patent. It does work. They already have tested it. They even talk about the Hayasaka Takeuchi experiment, in which you spin a gyroscope and drop it. And if the gyroscope is spinning counterclockwise, I believe, you get a faster drop than if it's clockwise, which totally violates all known laws of physics. It's supposed to be 10 meters per second squared. It's supposed to be the same whether it's a feather or a boulder. But yet, and they did that on the moon, remember, to prove it. But if you actually rotate an object, it will fall at a different rate of speed than other objects. And so they use this rotational anti-gravity, which is a very, very threshold effect. It's very minor, but you can detect it because the gyroscope will fall a little bit differently in speed. You can time the speed of its falling, and it will fall a little bit differently. It'll fall a little faster if it's spinning the right direction. And then also we have Richard C. Hoagland, who has the spinning ball experiment from Dr. Bruce De Palma, where you take two balls and you release them out of two catapults that are identical. They give the same amount of thrust, and it's the same ball, same mass. The only difference is that one ball is spinning at like 1,000 RPMs and the other ball is not. The ball is spinning 1,000 RPMs, actually goes higher up into the air with the same thrust. It goes higher and then it falls faster than the other ball. There's something really, really strange going on with spinning objects. And real quick, I'll give you another example of something really strange like this, and this is from Dr. Harold Aspen's called the Aspen effect. He takes a simple magnetic rotor, okay, a simple magnetic ring, and then he measures how much energy it takes to get it spinning to a certain number of revolutions per minute. Let's say 1,000 revolutions per minute again. I forget what it is. You measure the amount of energy it takes to get that rotor spinning in joules. Joules just represents a unit of energy, okay? If you stop the magnet from spinning and then you wait 60 seconds or less, and then you try to get it spinning again in the same direction, it actually takes 10 times less energy to get it back up to speed. The only logical conclusion that we can make from this is that there's some kind of energy, fluid-like energy, inside the magnet. And that when you spin the magnet up, the energy is spinning, but when the magnet stops, the energy doesn't stop. The energy is still like a fluid. It's still whirling around inside. Therefore, you need 10 times less energy to get it back up to the same speed because it's already spinning inside the magnet. You just don't see it because we can't measure it with conventional instruments. When the ball is spinning faster, it appears to be pulling more energy in from gravity itself. So as gravity is going down, the ball rotates. The ball appears to be absorbing some of the gravity so that it doesn't fall as much. It actually rises higher. Gravity has less of an effect on it. But then when it starts going down, it seems to harmonize with the downward push of gravity, and thus it falls faster than the other ball. And this also could explain Hayasaka Takeuchi. The rotating gyroscope is somehow grabbing onto gravity. It's got a grabby feel for gravity, and it can grab some of that gravity and prevent itself from falling as fast. It lowers the speed of its travel depending on how you do it. Or it speeds it up. Okay, so these three effects also are mirrored in another one I love to talk about, which is the cannonball experiment from, I should probably change cameras, right? We've been doing this camera way too long now. So the cannonball experiment was done by the great Russian scientist, Dr. Nikolai Kozyrev. He drops a cannonball on the basement floor. That's the experiment. The only other thing he did is he weighed it before he dropped it, and he weighed it after he dropped it. Wouldn't you know, the cannonball weighs less after you drop it. And then the other really strange thing is that the weight comes back over the course of 20 minutes, not all at once in a gradual curve, but in sudden jumps. The weight keeps coming back in even intervals of time. It would imply, right, that if you drop the cannonball and there's something in the cannonball that shoots out like a liquid, you drop it on the ground and it splashes. The cannonball splashes when it hits the ground. When it splashes, the energy that comes out is mass of some type, and it takes 20 minutes for the mass to come back. I've known about all this stuff. These are the things that I started to find when I took this advice seriously and said, well, what if I am the father of anti-gravity? How would I do that? Oh, I have to study it. I have to learn how anti-gravity works. Then I find the Aspen effect. I'm like, why in the world does it take 10 times less energy to get the magnet spinning again? And then there's a lot of people who have played around with magnets and found interesting things that happen. And then, of course, the usual suspects come and they shut you down and they give you gold or lead. Either take the bribe and go live in Aruba for the rest of your life, or we're going to shoot you. And so all these scientists who have invented these things for many, many years have had it black boxed. We've had anti-gravity. Even before Tesla, there was another guy, John Ernst Worrell Keeley. One of the greatest websites I found when I was trying to learn about anti-gravity after I was told about this was in I guess I found it in 98, and it was KeelyNet, based on the work of John Keeley. Well, there's eyewitness reports of him having a craft that did levitate based on acoustic sound frequencies. And he almost had it was like a piano or something, all these keys, and he could resonate different tuning forks on this thing, and that would help control the navigation of the craft. It was entirely based on sound. And people from the military came and saw this. This was in the late 1800s as he demonstrated it in his backyard. And they said, the thing doesn't appear to have any practical military value. We couldn't mount any weapons on this, or so they thought. And of course, the airplane comes along. Nikola Tesla, of course, is widely reported to have invented anti-gravity, and there were many reports when he was still in Colorado Springs of people seeing him on board a platform hovering over the ground and then lightning bolts going between the platform and things like metal fences as he's levitating in this craft. Then, of course, you have Beefield-Brown effect, right? You have Dr. Thomas Townsend Brown, who discovers that if you create a very high electrostatic charge in a metallic object, that it will want to levitate in the opposite direction of the charge. So, like, the electricity pushes against something, but we don't know what it's pushing against. We really don't know why that would happen. But again, the Beefield-Brown effect is electromagnetic anti-gravity. You create a strong electromagnetic field, and somehow you also get gravitational thrust. So in our new class, really for the first time, I met Ben in 2009. He was a friend of Pete Peterson's. And Pete Peterson is claiming that we got 65 bases off planet, where we've built these ships ourselves from things like the Roswell crash. And he actually went so far as to say that each base could have as many as 3,500 soldiers or more at them. So there's Americans all over the galaxy. Whoa. I mean, that's a really, really big cover-up if that's true. But I've had multiple insiders, as you've seen over all these years, multiple insiders who have told us that there's humans everywhere, and they look like us, and some of them don't. I mean, we get insect people, we get aquatic people, we get reptilianoid type of people. Reptilianoid. Reptoid, reptilian, Draco. I've now heard them pronounced Draco. Apparently a lot of people in the programs call them Draco. I didn't know that till recently. There's a lot of different ETs. Most of them are good. And only maybe like 5% are evil. But the ones that are evil are real losers, and they've caused a lot of trouble. So, I got some new briefings recently that are very disturbing. I don't know if I want to talk about this now or not. I've thought about whether to do this or not. How about next week? Okay, because that's very contentious and we only have 15 minutes left. So we'll do it next week. Anyway, so after all these years, I've been friends with Ben since 2009. We all know the same stories that Pete shared. Now, Ben didn't want to go into all of Pete's stories because people would probably try to use that to damage our company. So the idea is we want to make sure that our company goes out smoothly. So as you probably know, I've been doing online conferences for roughly the last 3 years. But what I haven't admitted till last week is that Elizabeth and I continued paying rent. And we took the money and we invested in anti-gravity and free energy with Ben. So that's where all the money that I've been earning, for the most part, the vast majority of it has been going. And we put our own comforts aside because I'm saying to myself, first of all, I was told I might have something to do with anti-gravity all these years ago, so why not? Second of all, if you need to get something done, do it yourself. So what we now have is the disclosure. And so I want you to we can put up the lower third right now with the VIP link. So just for the next few days, if you go on this link that we have up on the screen right now, you go to thedisclosure.com/VIP. It's 48 hours, right?
A little longer.
Okay, so Lulu says it's a little, is it 3 days?
Tuesday, 11:59.
Okay, so, right, so our new assistant Lulu is here, and that's her code name. And so it's Tuesday, 11:59 p.m. Because we need help switching. I mean, we can't do it all ourselves, right? I got bad audio, bad sound, bad makeup. We need help. So thankfully, now we got some help. So between now, Sunday, and Tuesday night, 11:59 p.m., we're giving you the exclusive opportunity, and I sound like I'm marketing, I'm sorry, but Ben and I have come forward. We already shot the whole thing. Nobody can whack us or do anything to stop this. It's already been done. It's in the can. Week 6 isn't. I mean, I'm going to do that one maybe live. Maybe I'll pre-tape it. It depends. But anyway, we got 5 weeks, and when we got done recording on the Hyperdeck, it showed 20 hours. So I really don't know how much material we've got. Some of the weeks could be 4 hours, maybe even longer. Some of the weeks might be as short as around 2 hours, but I think that's only one of them, and all the others are like 3+ hours. Now, he's dazzlingly articulate. We go through an incredible number of topics, which we all lay out on this website, and between now and Tuesday night, you can get the VIP upgrade without paying the VIP price. So because you've watched me live and you're in the hot seat here, you're one of my main people, okay, you're on the front line with me, we're giving you that VIP upgrade for free. So you can go to thedisclosure.com/VIP, go check out the website, watch the free videos that we made, and there's a number of them, and sign up. By signing up, what you're actually doing is you're getting an incredibly entertaining course. It's 6 weeks long, plus a bunch of special features, plus a guided meditation with music in it, and it's an incredible download, and you're actually crowdfunding what our initiatives are leading to. So I never admitted this before. I never admitted why I was raising money and what I was doing with it, because we didn't want people to know. So I'm on the board of directors of Ben's company. I've been on the board of directors for 3 years, and actually I've done a lot for the company. I got into 3D printing for our prototypes. I made videos for marketing. I've done advertising copy. I've had an extensive, incredible amount of investor relations with many, many different investors. And I want to say this on camera to the whole world, okay? Over the last 3 years, we have been approached many, many times by what you could call deep state operatives, financiers who could meet everything that we would need to do. Because, basically the raise for a long time was $1.5 billion. And if we get that, we can do everything, And now we actually have other structures that have even larger raises than that. But that was like the ultimate dream, If we do this, then we're going to get the garbage technology, we're going to get the hover cars, we're going to get the clean energy. All this stuff is going to happen. But you need real money to do this stuff. People might be shocked when I say a number that big. Jesus Christ, Dave, what do you need $1.5 billion? Well, dude, when you start building exotic advanced technology and then you want to mass produce it so everybody can have a hover car in their garage, you got to start somewhere and you need money. Okay, so money is a requirement. We've had so many different offers for that amount or amounts kind of in that ballpark, where it was very obvious that it was from the deep state or the cabal or whatever you want to call it. And so we always unilaterally said no. No swamp, ever. Never. Well, when you're that choosy, you turn everybody down. And then the only recourse is to put your own money into the company, which is what I was doing, because we couldn't find people who didn't have questionable connections or were rip-offs, con artists, and scams. I've been through so many scams, and I've read so many legal documents now. I've been through probably 70 legal documents that are very extensive. So I know everything there is to know about real estate loans and mortgages, and because, part of it is the property and whether we're going to have a real estate loan on the property, use the property as collateral, blah, 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 blah. Anyway, long story short, next week I'll probably end up showing you the video. I shot a video inside our main hangar. It's got like a 100-foot tall ceiling. It's absolutely massive. So I do this whole pitch inside the hangar about the hover cars. We just got our second facility, and that's a much, much larger facility in which we can actually start doing mass production. So there are other designs that we're going to come out with first that solve a lot of other needs in the community. And by the community, I mean the defense community. So for example, Chris has also designed many different types of conventional jets that are brand new, and they all work much, much better than what we got out there now, and they're also significantly less expensive. So right now, if you want to defend your country, you buy an F-16 at $80 million, or you buy an F-35 at $87 million, and those are your choices. And the price points might change a little bit depending on the client. You're basically spending $80 million. What if I told you that we're going to make the same stuff or better stuff, comparable stuff, for $20 million a piece? So now if you want to build a fleet and you only have $80 million, you either get 4 jets or you get 1. Well, that kind of price competitiveness is probably going to make a lot of people angry at us because we're going to drive down the prices in the market. This is the most expensive thing there is. Aircraft are the most expensive thing countries spend their money on. And if they're spending $60 million unnecessarily per aircraft, imagine what happens if you have that money back. Imagine if you can use that money for healthcare, education, food, nutrition, higher education. I mean, you name it. It's like $60 million is a lot of money. So if you buy 5 of them, now you've saved $300 million. Just like that. And you're protecting yourself against very frightening threats that are already out there. So we have had a lot of interest in these products. And it's a compelling life, you know. After we get another thing that I got to tell you is that we have a firefighting aircraft. And the firefighting aircraft, we call it the fire bomber, but it's not that it's dropping fire on people. It's actually bombing fires with fire retardant. Ben's new design for the fire retardant aircraft could be, if it's developed, it can. I think it holds 300% more fire retardant than conventional firefighting aircraft. So you get the same, basically the same aircraft, same more or less size, but much, much more capacity. It can fly a much longer distance. Everything about it is improved, and we've been working on a new business proposal for a version of this craft, because there's different versions of it. We got a transport version, we got a fire bomber, but we're also now developing a vertical takeoff and landing, VTOL, okay? It just rises up and off it goes. And the way it rises up is not with propellers or fans, it's with other methods. And we describe those other methods in the course and how they work. We actually tell you exactly how this stuff works based on the government's own disclosure from the Navy stuff, the Salvatore Pius, the Hawk, right? The flying triangle. They tell you how it works. We go through that patent in detail. We talk about how there's a hull within a hull. It's like a peanut inside a peanut shell. And in that area between the two hulls, so imagine now that you got something that looks like the jet, and then there's another hull on top of that, and maybe, I don't know, there's like 4 or 5 inches between them, like a sandwich. Inside that sandwich, between those two areas, you generate something called cold plasma, and that causes levitation. So we talk in very good detail about exactly how to do that and all the experiments that led up to it working and how it works. So this is a big, big change in my life. And I knew Ben since 2009, and I knew he was working on aircraft. And I'm like, what in the world am I going to do joining an aerospace company that makes jets, commercial and military jets? First of all, probably a lot of people would get mad at me if I start making jets. They're going to say, oh, David, these are dangerous things. Well, we've talked about this a lot. And if you look at a country like Sweden or Switzerland, nobody ever invades them. And you know why? Because they have a great air force. The reason we're doing this is deterrence. It's more affordable to have enough deterrence that nobody is going to suddenly invade you. And I can also tell you without being specific at all, because we now do regularly talk to the defense ministries of major countries. There's many, many countries that we're in dialogue with already, okay? And I'm not going to say what they are yet. Some of these countries are in the Middle East. So we've gotten briefings from the top levels of the Middle East, a lot. And here's what I'm going to tell you. They are absolutely terrified about Afghanistan essentially becoming a proxy state for another superpower. It's not the United States. They're terrified because what they have is an FBO, a forward base of operations. It's within strike range, and it's right there, and they got all the technology handed to them, 85B worth of it. They got the helicopters, they got the jets, they got the munitions, they got everything you need. They might not, the T might not know how to use it, but their friends probably do. So there's an urgent need for air forces to be built up, because now the big lesson in just the last month is, whoa, you can't control this, and you can't trust the U.S. to have your back, because we used to be like a global policeman. Well, that's not happening. So now is the time where many countries have suddenly realized, we better do this now. We better build up our air force. So how in the world are we going to do it $80 million a unit? So ironically, the Russians have come out with something called the Checkmate, which is very, very similar in the way that it looks and in the way that it flies and in its price point to one of our designs. We'll share that with you later. But my point in telling you all this is that once this stuff with Afghanistan started to happen, I realized why we need this company, and I realized why I was guided to do this. The goal is deterrence. The goal is that everybody has the means to protect themselves so that they don't use it and they don't get attacked. And then hopefully, as we get into VTOL, all of this stuff is going to become obsolete. But in the meantime, until we start mass producing VTOL, this is still necessary, and we have really amazing breakthrough designs that are very different than the other designs. Now, we don't even talk about aircraft, jets at all in this course. We only talk about the good stuff, UFOs, anti-gravity, free energy. It's very, very amazing. So in the short time that I still have, I realize now I've already done 3 hours, but I guess I'm going to have to go over because I didn't quite get through some of this stuff. So I'm doing all this stuff, and we're getting a lot of really interesting things happening. And of course it's dangerous. Of course people are like, well, David, why are you doing this? It sounds really, really dangerous. Well, we need it. We need this technology. I don't have any confidence that it would happen any other way. The military wants it to come out this way. There's a lot of other stuff that probably already exists that they don't want to come out because it's just going to be so many lawsuits. Anyway, I ended up in this time loop where here I am now working with this company, working with Ben, been doing it for 3 years, and I'm walking around in the woods, and I say, darn it, didn't I have a dream somewhere at one point or another that said I was a follower of anti-gravity? Let's go to the slide. So sure enough, this is what happened. And I went back, this was like, I guess, last Saturday, so Friday, it's 2 days ago. And because this all came in so fast, I had to take pictures of my journal. I didn't have time to actually make slides out of this with text. So this first one is from January 9th, 2000, 10:37 a.m. And I say, I guess the bottom line is I don't know why, as recently as a month ago, my dreams were saying I was one of the founding fathers of anti-gravity. So that puts the time window around December 9th, 1999, right? My work never really touched on that. Now it's starting to become a lot clearer. Then I made another reference to this dream on February 21st, 2000 at 4:30 a.m., where I say, this is one of the first nights I've woken up and dictated a dream in the middle of the night in a long time, so I think that's important. I think the basis is I'd been told already I was supposed to be the father of anti-gravity in one dream. I think I took that very, very literally, more so than I needed to. As a result, I've continued to try to pursue much more scientifically oriented information. When I have actually assembled more than enough information in my mind to get my book finished, I need to work on presenting the material I do have instead of continually trying to find fascinating new information that may or may not fit my theory. That was a thing I used to get into, is like, well, maybe if let's go over here. Maybe if I do all this, then if I keep trying to research all the time, I can delay the book because I keep discovering new things that are amazing. But then at a certain point, the best is the enemy of the good, and you just got to get the book done. So that's where I was right there. Okay, so now I've told you that I had this thing every time I'm hiking and I'm hearing this father of anti-gravity, and then I'm like, maybe I ought to go look that up. So this is the first two things that I found that I just showed you, and then again, the first reference to it, and I went through the whole document. I have a document where I integrated all these transcripts so I can search them for keywords. There is no anti-gravity dream. I never actually wrote it down, which is incredibly frustrating. But I do have 2 written references to it, so I know that it happened. Once I went back and I started to look for this anti-gravity dream, I start reading all the same kind of stuff that I was showing you last week, these readings. And remember, last week I showed you prophecies from the Law of One that predicted everything that's going on right now, that there would be global guerrilla warfare, that other types of weapons would be used that do not destroy valuable sites and personnel, that they were testing those weapons now, and that if they found that they would be useful, they'd bring them out to the public. And it goes on and on. I mean, it's very, very specific. And the guerrilla stuff seems to imply what we're now calling riots or protests. Then I showed you an article which I wrote, I believe, in 2009 that was quoting from readings in 1999, and it's a very, very amazing set of stuff. Now, a lot of people would get mad if I redid that, so I'm not going to. I'm only going to give you new stuff. Because now they say father of anti-gravity in my head over and over again. I'm like, okay, I'll go look it up. And I couldn't find the darn dream, but right away, beginning around November 15th or so of 1999, There's so many references to exactly what's going on in our world right now today that it is absolutely astonishing. It's totally unbelievable. So let's put the webinar Chiron up. That's the second one up from the bottom. And I'll just say this. Even if you don't want to do our course at all, please go anyway to thedisclosure.com and give us your email address, because the prophecies I'm about to share with you are so high octane that it could be the end. I mean, it's like at a certain point, somebody's going to be like, David is too accurate. We don't want this getting out there. Because I can't believe how specific this stuff is. But don't take my word for it. Sign up at thedisclosure.com and at least give us your email address. If not, sign up for the course. Because again, your money has been used to help us get out of this hole that we're in. I mean, I'm still paying rent right now. I still have a rent payment. So this is what we're doing. And we're using this to expand in different ways, but the main thing has always been the technology initiative. And again, we have equipment that can clean up all the garbage, get rid of all the radiation. We have deradiating technology that we can use. We have free energy. In fact, I just showed Lulu. You saw that video of the guy. She was totally blown away. I actually found this video of a little coil, a little blue coil about this big. And you got 4 AA batteries, and you can turn it on and off, and the batteries have wires that go into the coil. I think he said it had 300 windings, and then there's 12 windings in the opposite direction, but they have to go in both ways. And he said that the coil creates some kind of cascading magnetic field. There's these 2 fine little wires that go out of this little blue coil, and then they go into an outlet. And then he has a voltmeter there, and he turns it on to the 750 to 1,000 volts setting, which is the highest resistance it offers. And it shows 750 volts off of 4 AAA batteries that he had had in that thing for a year, and they hadn't been changed. Then he takes a new pack of batteries, the cheapest batteries he can find, he throws them in, and the voltage actually went down to like 626 or something, which is still just absolutely massive. So he can plug electrical appliances into it, and they work, but there's no input. So, I mean, was that not one of the most amazing things you've ever seen in your whole life?
Yeah,
honest to God. I mean, it's totally astonishing. And I wish I could show you this video, but this is one of the things the military is offering. In the future, we're going to learn how to build these, and this is what we're going to use. And it's clean and it's free. But again, there's nothing quite like a film. And so that's one of the things that it's called a power plant, and that's one of the things that we're apparently going to be able to develop. I haven't actually seen it myself yet, but that's one of the things I'm very much looking forward to. We do have a guy who apparently already has some kind of anti-gravity turbine where you can turn it on and it levitates. It's chained to the ground. I wanted to go see that, but then he was suffering with the virus last year and didn't want any visitors. But look, it's going to work. Okay, we're going to build craft that levitate. This is what the whole course is about. This is apparently why it was called the father, or one of the fathers of anti-gravity, because I think Boeing and Lockheed will probably come out with their versions at the same time. But we are trying to get to the point where we can mass produce hover cars. And actually, it's a hybrid hover car where it uses gravitational thrust and wings. So actually what you're going to end up having is something that the wings, when they come down like this, it's wider, and then the thrust is giving it the anti-gravity is what's actually causing it to move forward, but you use it hybridly with the air. And then, when you want it in your garage, the wings fold up like this, like a Lamborghini. So now you can get it inside your garage. So we'll be able to use existing garages, existing parking spaces, but now we're going to drive these things that levitate, and then the wings come down, and then they take off and fly. So when you turn it on, it kind of hovers over the ground. You can get into it. It's going to jiggle a little bit as you get into it. I mean, this is real, okay? It shouldn't have even been that big of a deal for us to have this. It's just that the people that are controlling the world do not want us to have this, because then we find out that we're surrounded by human benevolent ETs who are a lot more nice than they are and a lot more powerful than they are, and they don't like that challenge, honestly. The military knows this. That's why they've declassified this stuff and called it the savior of our nation. I'm happy if other people develop the Salvatore Pius patents too. I mean, they're available to everybody. So we're not going to have any monopoly on it when we make one. But we're going to possibly use that technology, or maybe there's some other designs like the Schauberger turbine that we're going to use. So the disclosure is this amazing, amazing class where we go through 5 weeks of all kinds of different topics, and we always are walking as close to the edge as we can of giving you as much information as we can without getting in trouble. That's amazing. What we already shot was so amazing, and then I came up with this idea that week 6 needs to talk about people like Jesus and how they can levitate, because as Ben explains how anti-gravity works, it's the greatest epiphany of my life. It just happened when we did this course, because all these things that I'd studied that didn't quite make sense, oh, that's what that is, and that's what that is, and that's why that works, and whoa, 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 whoa. Then I realized, wait a minute, now we can explain why levitating saints, the Catholic saints, why were they able to levitate? What did they report happening to them before they levitated? Why were the Tibetan Lungam practitioners able to levitate, which you then see depicted in the movie Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon? Humans can levitate. This is the ascension. And apparently, all these esoteric readings and what the beings have told us is that we will be able to levitate when the physics changes and that becomes available. So just as an extra cherry on top in week 6, I'm going to do another whole thing where I summarize everything we learned from Ben and then apply it to biological levitation. Because there are things in nature that levitate. Certain types of insects levitate. Tree sap levitates. The water in the stream discovered by Schauberger, that's another form of levitation. So I'm going to go through those things, and they're very, very amazing. But that still, I'd already come up with that, and we did some extra, we changed the website before we launched it to show that now it's going to have 6 weeks. It kind of takes you pretty close to Christmas, we're going right through that period. So as all this crazy stuff is happening, you're going to be guaranteed you get something good each week. But anyway, after all this stuff, I keep hearing Father of Anti-Gravity. And this is just now, we're getting into 2 days ago. And my God, I got to look this up. So when I looked it up, I couldn't find the dream, and it was driving me crazy. I mean, until yesterday morning, that's when I finally gave up looking for the dream. And I'm like, it's just not there. I never wrote this dream down, which is infuriating. But the same beings that were doing these readings in 1999, they're talking as if they're here now. The time loop has happened again, but it's a message that everybody needs to know, and that's why I'm going to run to 3.5 hours, because I want you to at least hear some of this before I do the rest next week. Let's go to the slide. Okay, so this is the first weird dream that seems very unusual in light of what's going on now, and I'm not going to read all of it. You can pause it if you want to. But there was this woman who was trying to offer me some kind of therapy, even though it was something that I was asking her to do, that it wasn't something I was asking her to do, and I even protested it as it went along. She forced me down on a bed and was sticking needles into my skin in different places. All the while, as I protested, she acted like this was good for me. She even squeezed my, several times, and it was hard enough to be painful. That made me really upset. She kept acting like it was nothing, that it didn't even matter. Then to make matters even worse, after I got done, she was telling other people about how silly and weak I was for not being able to go through her medical treatment. Do you remember the story about the pop star, Nikki? Last name sounds like... I'm not even going to make a bad joke about that. It sounds like Licky My Vag, okay? That's what I was going to say. Her name sounds like Licky My Vag. There, I said it. All right. And I think they did that on purpose. It's psychological. They do this on purpose. They make up these names or they use somebody's name to sound like something else. Okay, so what is she out there saying right now? She's out there saying that her brother's friend used this same thing that was just described here, an unwanted treatment, and that this particular part of his anatomy swelled and he's no longer able to gain the function of what a man needs to do with a woman to create a baby. He lost that ability. The function does not happen after he had this horrific swelling. Well, that's exactly what we see here. She squeezed them several times, hard enough to be painful. She keeps acting like it's nothing. I mean, this is an exact coordinate to what's going on right now. Forcible stuff, treatments, and then being ridiculed as being silly and weak for not doing it. So that's the first thing that, whoa, you know, I wonder, are we in another time loop? Because that sounds very, very accurate. Well, then there's more and more and more and more. Check this out. The next one is a reading, and it said that I was given some sort of drug, and within a very short period of time, I got a metallic taste in my mouth. Doesn't it appear that people are being given drugs right now that might have a metallic aspect to it? A lot of people are talking about that, about magnets and how magnets are sticking. Yeah. So then they come in with the first statement, okay? It says, a good pattern for those who are critically ill is to believe that where we are going is never to change. Remember that. And then I say, so in other words, you're saying I really need to keep focused on how little time I have to get everything finished? And they say, yes, that is correct. There are other meanings as well. So what does this actually mean? A good pattern for those who are critically ill, and they're talking about the deep state here, I'm sure of it, is to believe that where we are going is never going to change. In other words, if you believe that nothing is ever going to change, like the situation in the dream, this metallic taste, this drug that creates the metallic taste in your mouth, they're associating with critical illness, right? The very next thing they say is those who are critically ill, right? So that implies that whatever creates the metallic taste in your mouth might make you critically ill, perhaps. But then they say where we are going is never to change. And in fact, yes, it is going to change, and we have some kind of treatment available. It's not a death sentence. So that's very interesting. And it goes on and on and on. Now look at this. The very next day, so this was, where were we here? So 3:38 a.m., in the middle of the night, November 17th. You see that Wednesday, November 17th. But then the same day, okay, as we just talked about the drug like LSD, metallic taste in the mouth, and then they say critically ill, never going to change. The same exact morning at 8:31 a.m., I have a dream that was so intense you could hardly describe it with words. It appears I was living in the United States and some sort of martial law had kicked in. People were all brought into this building that was like a school. Basically, they were all being kept there against their will and forced to sleep in bunks with other people. It was definitely like the Germans, and it was as if, from World War II, and it was as if I was reading the collective consciousness about something like this that had happened before. This was a really scary, fascist type of thing that was going on. You didn't want to do anything against the establishment for fear of reprisal. There was a lot of really scary stuff going on. There was a suspicion that people were being killed. Oh, martial law, suspicion that people were being killed. People were dying, and it seemed like they just kept on bringing even more in. The border crisis. Come on, it's right there. People are dying, but they just keep bringing more in. It's martial law, it's fascism, it's really scary. And the dream goes on, but I want to read you this next part of it. And then as the dream progressed, the totalitarianism just clamped down harder and harder. It got to the point where you were not even supposed to walk out of your room. Whoa. That's lockdown. That's the whole thing. They just described the whole thing on November 17th. Okay, and then we're going to keep on going. And it says, there were monitors everywhere. It was a really bad scene. I continued to be the one who was rebelling. I started to encourage other people to do so. Encouraged to rebel. There was one point involving an older man who had some really bad clothes on. He had gotten hold of something he called new, which basically meant it hadn't been his before, but it was still really dirty. Even the old man was being mistreated by them. I then passed a classroom where a teacher was teaching all these people the propaganda stuff. This is a very, very big issue right now, right, with CRT. As I went past that room, I didn't want to say it out too loud as I was afraid it might attract too much attention. As I went down, this is very interesting, folks. Listen to this. As I went down the hallway, I started to say it again. I then ended up in the gym and I continued to yell, say it with all the others. And then all of a sudden, everyone started this chant. So I'm going to read this up close. So okay. So they've already given me a dream that totally describes everything that's going on exactly the way it's going on right now. I don't need to go back through all that again because they just keep doing it. And I have tons of this stuff, okay? So then everybody's saying, say it, say it, say it. And I'm yelling, say it, say it. Okay, so then the tape ended and we continued the dictation from the previous tape. And then we get to the next part. Anyway, I got it in my mind to go along with this group, and what they were starting to sing when we got inside this gym, we kept saying the word "say it," but then I didn't know what we were going to say. When we did finally get there, everyone started chanting, "Jesus Christ." Whoa! Now this is where you can tell it's a dream and not something I would just make up normally. I mean, this is weird stuff. And again, I put all this together just this morning, so I only had time to take pictures of the actual original transcript from my journal, okay? And then I bolded it in the areas that are present so that you can see how much of this is, I mean, even Nicki Minaj's brother guy and like all this stuff coming out. But then the answer is to chant Jesus Christ. Okay, so check this out. I believe it was in the key of C, and I was very much aware that was the fundamental pitch. It was very resonant, and it sounded like this. And I demonstrate the chant, which sounds like a very low-pitched Tibetan Buddhist. So I don't know if I can get my voice low enough to actually do it, but I will try to duplicate what they were chanting and what it actually sounded like. It sounded like this. Let's go back to the... Okay, it was like this. Jesus Christ. And so some people were doing it with the gravel and other people were just going, Jesus. It was like that. Very slow like that. As they start, back to the slide, as they started to chant this, I figured I should help them. So I levitated up into the air. I have these ascension dreams all the time. I was joking and laughing about it because I knew the overwhelming fundamentalist obsession with Jesus Christ was what was causing all the problems we were having. I raised up and lifted my hands out to the side, realizing I was in a white robe. This is how we're all supposed to become the Christ. It's not just me. And I was also singing with them. And then as I sang, you could hear an angelic chorus, and it was just amazing. I woke up feeling so inspired, so uplifted. You guys did a good one. I can go back to sleep again and try to get some more of this. Then they started talking. And they actually started giving readings based upon everything else. Because remember, first they tell us exactly what's going on right now and how scary it is, including the impotence and all the other crazy stuff that's going on, the forced curriculums in school. There's a suspicion that they're killing people. You're not even allowed to leave your room. It's all fascist. It's all crazy. The answer is to chant Jesus Christ. Then they start talking in the reading, and this is what they said. This nightmare protects their lives. And they're talking obviously about the usual suspects. They're using this to try to stay alive. They don't want this nightmare to end. Although these storms are man-made, their effects can indeed be quite desperate. So again, they created this. It's not a natural thing that's going on right now. That's the point. And the effects are quite desperate. And they're using this nightmare to protect themselves. So this is very obviously talking about what's going on now. We were giving you this dream to make you think about the possibilities and use this concept as a further incentive to continue your work. Then we go to the very next day. Okay, and this is November 18th. And so then what we see here is, I'm going to zoom in on it more. This was in an area that was woodsy, like my grandparents' camp in the Adirondacks, which I'm staying in a place that looks just like that right now. The house I'm in now is just like that, so that's another time loop. And there's more of them. They actually mention the Rocky Mountains, which is where I am right now, two different times. There was a massive restructuring going on, and I was very excited about it. And then they say in the reading, the cleansing and renewal of human civilization. Well, this is what's going on now. They were painting everything green, that's the green energy, fourth density energy, and totally renewing the property. There was some statement in there somewhere about toilet paper. They were even willing to help you with that. Well, isn't it interesting that as this crisis started, that the one thing everybody panicked about was toilet paper, and now we're talking about the cleansing and renewal of human civilization, a massive restructuring, and they're even willing to help you with toilet paper. Another coordinate. Then as it goes on, they say, website roundup, David's archenemy, Bachikan, now comes into the fray as well. Bachikan is the Japanese word for Vatican. So that's interesting because they're kind of... And if you've heard me talking over the years about the DS and about where it all originates, I said there's three nations within nations. There's Vatican City, there's City of London, there's Washington, D.C. Italy's at the center of all this, folks. It always has been. That's never changed. So they say that Bachikan now comes into the fray as well. So that's an interesting reference. Then they say, look at this, there are some important opportunities at the end of the millennium. And this involves the shedding of the past biases and prejudices with the dawning of a new age and a new millennium. There is nothing we want more than to see an end to the cruelty, the dishonesty, and the violence. For those who live on the fringes of society, we encourage you to take stock in the message of these readings and begin actively applying your new knowledge to each and every situation as it pops up on the chart. Then they say, the robotic messengers of doom will continue to spout their organized stream of endless deception and half-truths. That makes way more sense now. The robotic messengers of doom will continue to spout their organized stream of endless deception and half-truths. That makes a hell of a lot more sense now than it did in 1999. In the meantime, you can indeed remain completely unwavered in your perspective, seeing how brutally honest we can be with you in revealing the true nature of what is occurring in your mind and the minds of others. Pardon the deliberate misnomer, but we don't care if it disagrees with you in some way, certainly not on the conscious level. What we really mean to say is that there are so many reasons to be positive that we choose to focus on that. We know that this material may upset some people, as they are unwilling to take change lightly, and they can only see a world that largely stays the same. But once again, end starters make a lot more money than end collapsers. That's a funny thing. Like, if you're actually going to be productive and engaged and inspired right now, you could do a lot better than if you just collapse and think this is the end. But, you know, some people can only see a world that stays the same. Well, in 1999, it looked like it would stay the same. Now it's obviously different. Let's go on. So the very next thing they say is, well, actually, I'll skip ahead a little bit. When you see discord, when you see misery, when you see loss of life, keep yourself reminded of the fact that you do all have free will in this universe. The changes that are coming will make these bellicose, i.e. aggressive, evil actions extinct upon your plane, at least by any of those who are the immediate presidents therein. Isn't that something? Isn't that something? You do all have free will when you see loss of life. You do have the free will. So they're telling you, if you see loss of life, you have the free will to do something about it, and no presidents are ever going to be able to do anything evil again after this. That's very exciting, right? Then it says, there's still a possibility in the fourth and fifth density of warring tribes and nations from different planetary influences coming to the Earth. However, much of this is guarded and watched over by those higher than the fourth dimension, or those volunteers from the fourth dimension who come into view to defend the area in question for those more recently involved in their arrival within same. And then they say, you know, the lifeboat has a few more opportunities for you to experience a major or even dramatic release of your past holdings in the sense of karmic and energetic obligations. That's what's so important about this time. What we do see is that you have every opportunity to renew and reinvigorate yourselves through the careful studying, meditation, and remediation of your issues. When we see your soul fragments, what we see is an aspect of your total vibrational unity that has been cordoned off at a certain point in your linear spectrum of time. Since time is nothing more than a continuous geometry that runs in cycles, we do then see how this event within you must continue repeating itself. Now this one is even more crazy. This is only a couple days later. I saw a copy of the book Nice Weekend for a Murder, and in this case it had Chinese inside. Whoa! And then I see this figure on TV who's King Diamond, who branded himself as kind of like this evil guy who looks kind of like Gene Simmons, right? Then I see this horrific evil stuff, right, where it's a human body with a very grossly distorted animal head, chains holding up its arms, all this blood is being poured on it in this room. It's all you could see, and the screams are the most horrible sound. Suffice it to say, folks, I think not necessarily animal-headed humans, but this type of very disturbing stuff is something we're all going to have to deal with on a very, very practical level. But again, Nice Weekend for a Murder, but it had that language inside. Then we go on. Right before I saw that there was an Asian man who had the book Nice Weekend for a Murder, I have a tender feeling that this might be some sort of prophecy about an upcoming political event with some degree of violence. They were, the people were saying, they were all wondering why I was trying to learn Chinese. Okay, and then I put my own personal note in. As I was thinking about this possible murder, the face of Al Gore popped into my mind very spontaneously. I don't think it's him, but I do think it is associated with that level of government. And then I heard the word heads of state. I also just got the words, a claim inspired by communists worldwide, and then the word traitor. Is this not the most precise, incredibly calibrated thing you've ever seen? But wait, there's more. Okay, so here's the next one. This is from November 25th. And this is just another example of coordinates. It says, there were no street lights, not a single light was on anywhere, and it made me wonder what the heck was going on. This is the idea of the mass blackout. This part hasn't happened yet. Then very soon afterwards, I walked into a house I was supposedly living at. There were some really strange things going on there. My friend Jude was there. My mother and brother were there as well. I might have seen Bob D make a cameo appearance. He was a friend of my parents who we would go on vacation with many years ago when my parents were still together and I was young. So there's this darkness, there's this blindness, there's this blackness, this inability to communicate. And then just the other day, my father sent me this email telling me that this same individual was on his deathbed. So that's coordinates, right? He hadn't mentioned this individual in over a decade. Now the guy's dying, and now there's a time loop where he's mentioned in 1999. So here's the actual, I redacted the email addresses, but here's Bob's wife, Leslie, writing to my father, and this is just, I just took a picture of it without giving anybody's emails out. She said, "Hi, Don. Yes, we are okay. Bob is frail, not always at his best with this terrible disease. He had to give up his phone. He just can't use it anymore, so you can go through me anytime. I'll tell him you're asking about him. He'd love to hear from you. He's sleeping now, which he does a lot. Maybe within the next couple of days I can call you and put him on." So anyway, they predicted this in the time loop, and this is just one of many examples, but then they go back into this blackout thing. So then I say to somebody, "What are you doing? Don't you know we're not supposed to be using very much power right now? And you're going to waste power on running a stereo system?" And I realize something like Y2K, which again at this time was imminent, with rolling blackouts, everybody got some power instead of some people not having any. And then when I want to go to the bathroom, I realized everyone was going to the bathroom without flushing. And then as I was reading this, I was on the toilet and I hadn't flushed. So that's another really ridiculous example of a time loop. All right. Then we have November 27th. There was definitely a group gathering at this airport of some kind, some degree of residual unknown. I felt like I had to take care of. It was very serious that I did take care of it. So this is one of a whole series of dreams that I used to have where I'm at military bases working on anti-gravity. And I had wondered if maybe it's like a 20 and back or something, but now I think, no, it's actually my future. I've already dreamed the future where we're in these facilities and we've got the working prototype. So that's an example of that. There's a bunch of others, and I'm going to have to find them all now. All right, so here's another one that's very, very interesting about what I'm doing now. There was some construction projects going on with a mountain. It was military. And then it says it definitely could have something to do with the collapse of electricity. A lot of the equipment looked like it was related to electric power cables, towers, and telephone poles. And a huge amount of it had just been strewn all over this mountaintop. So that's talking about the blackout. That part hasn't happened yet, folks. There was definitely military content. There was a lot of construction and destruction going on. That pretty much immediately shifted over into this military building with the ubiquitous ascension metaphor of an airport waiting room. Well, the airport, again, is what we actually purchased. So then that's the beginning of that line again. And then the next part, somehow I realized that this thing called a fox had gotten inside the building and needed to be killed. They had already killed one with some kind of trap. I remembered him holding up the fox as it was already dead, but its eyes were still looking around and it was definitely alive. It looked much more like an Australian animal, like an anteater. Well, isn't there something going on right now in Australia that most people would probably want to see stop from happening? Yes, very bad. So he killed that one, or at least he said he did, and I guess he was going to eat it. And then there was another one in there, and he gave me the idea that I was going to have to be responsible for killing that one. This seemed like the same mountaintop with all the, fallen electrical stuff on it, where all the metal pipes had been. I was not at all hip about the idea of eating this fox, as he called it. Now, this is another astonishing time loop to the present, because just 3 weeks ago or so, this fox showed up, and he was as tame as a cat, and he walks right up to me like he belongs there, and it scared the bejesus out. I went, "Whoa!" and I yelled. So, well, he kept coming back. And so here, this is, again, we really love this fox. And so here's a video cut to the slide of Beth out on the porch feeding this fox. So I'll show you this for just a little bit. You can get the cuteness overload. So now I'm opening up the door. And I kind of go out there and I'm like sitting down. And she's feeding him. I mean, isn't he beautiful? His legs are black. His body's red. So how in the world did this kind of thing happen? I mean, this fox is a big, big deal in my own life. And again, it's like, yeah, one or two of them, I don't know, David, but so many all stacked up on top of each other like this? So going back to the slide real quick, I think that fox could also reference the mainstream media. That's a pretty obvious choice. Because again, you know, the fox is the thing that needed to be destroyed. Killing, again, I'm not saying these people should be killed at all. You know, I think that most of them are totally innocent. There's a few people at the top who probably need to go to prison. But, you know, we're not calling for any violence whatsoever. You got to interpret the dream, you know. It's only an interpretation. So, but then the fact that it looked like an Australian marsupial or something is very, very interesting, because that's where this media-led campaign seems to have reached its greatest culmination, where they're kind of like play acting World War II Germany all over again. Like, whoa, yeah, you want to make those and send people to them? Well, I guess that's okay. Nobody's stopping you yet, you know, but like, you know, I have to go out there and do this as part of the dream. I have to talk about this stuff. So here's yet another time loop thing. And I was having this sword fight with a very powerful negative spirit, and every time I hit him with the sword, the whole world around me would change. Like the whole entire world, the way that things looked, the furniture, the objects, everything just altered. And that's very, very weird. Because what it suggests is that as we defeat this global planetary villain, that our whole world is going to be transforming, which again includes the release of technology. So this is December 1st, 1999, and then they come in with some very stunning statements that again are time looped. So look at this. This is what they actually said. The martial law scenario will play itself out. We're only maybe seeing this now, or maybe not even yet. It demands that the people keep thinking that the worst is yet to come, and in a sense this is true. And so, if the so-called allied commander of the supreme forces of infinite light and infinite intelligence, and they're mocking them, you know, were to suddenly declare bankruptcy, there is indeed every reason for panic. The bankruptcy of the elite, which we haven't seen yet, right? Martial law, we haven't seen that yet. We are obviously speaking facetiously here about those powers in force on your own earth and not our own, as there's no lack of excessive abundance and oneness. So allied commander of supreme forces of infinite light and infinite intelligence is just a way of showing how these people put on airs and they act like they're so important. So then I went to the bathroom, drank water to keep the thing going, and then they said, so by collapsing a little bit with regards to these forces, the entire symposium of outside events retains a discreetly unique and vast nature of oneness outside of physical gain and the needs therefrom. So believe that all there is to offer is a decidedly positive outlook on the situation, and you can see it from our angle. So by the economy collapsing a little bit outside of the needs for physical gain, we have a positive outlook if you see it from their angle, because this is what creates change. So then here it's talking about Rensselaer Polytechnic Institute, RPI, which is a school in New York State. Some part of me wished I was academic enough when I graduated to have gone to a school like that, engineering school. Well, now I'm involved in engineering, so that's another astonishing time loop, right? Now this is really crazy. This is still December 3rd. There was something involving the actor Milton Berle, and he was smoking a very long cigar, very gross. There was some kind of very serious government thing going on where he or what he represented was being very aggressively challenged by these people who were questioning him. Now, I don't believe it's big tobacco. It's obviously about the current resident, whatever that means, you know. It was totally ridiculous because even as they asked him questions, he was smoking, I believe. And when he answered the questions, what actually happened was that there was this little boy behind the curtain who somehow had an earphone or something and was telling him exactly what to say. And then I even put it in here, you know, as a note, this appears to be a prophecy of the current resident. He was dictating it in very clear and oddly innocent-sounding words. It was just exasperating to the people who were asking the questions. It was exasperating to everybody. So Milton Berle is being aggressively challenged by people asking him questions, and he's smoking as he answers the questions, but then the only real answers are coming to him from a wire inside his ear. This sounds exactly like what's going on if you make Milton Berle into the current resident. Well, then let's compare their faces, okay? So this is what Milton Berle looks like. And this is Milton Berle combined with the resident. even down to that sassy smile and the kind of protruding front teeth, the way the face looks, the way the chin looks, the way the cheeks look. The nose is a little different. The eyes are very similar. Obviously, the glasses are not the same. The hair looks pretty similar. This is unbelievable. And remember in the dream that he's actually smoking this cigar and he's just totally defiant. So I'm now led to believe that Milton Berle is probably the best person they could have picked to give me something that was a reference where it's not exactly, they can't say the actual name of the guy because he was around back then, but they give me a symbolic reference that's pretty close. And with all this stuff, the idea that perhaps the former President Obama is talking to him or somebody else is talking to him, that's exactly what happens in the dream. It's unbelievable. And it's all, again, in the same few days, and all this stuff is talking about stuff happening now. And your resistance just wears down. It's like, wait a minute, the fox and all this stuff, like, whoa, what's going on? And my resistance wore down, I'll tell you that. When I was backstage, there were these women, and a couple of them looked like lesbians because of their short hair and attitude. And so they were working with Milton Berle, right? So once again, the LGBT community has been manipulated by this administration for negative purposes to try to use them as a political power base. And that also is alluded to right here because he's, they're all gravitating towards him, this Milton Berle character, right? So then we have another reading, which actually is very much present about what's going on right now. And obviously they've showed us they know what's going on right now. So this is Sunday, December 5th, 1999, 7:31 a.m. As the hourglass is indeed entirely visible to the deeper mind, anyone can see that the sand is about to run out and thus complete itself. That means right now we're at the end of the cycle. That's what they're telling us. Beginnings and endings can blur the distinctions between here and there, before and after, etc. Since we are at an ending point, whoa, that's obviously a very powerful statement to make. It is prudent for you to look upon these choices that you have, these deeper opportunities for growth and self-transformation that will extend to you the most unique opportunities you have ever had. Never fail to look squarely at the goal and at its completeness. We are not ready to achieve total enlightenment with you yet, but the moment is arriving very soon, my friends. So when you feel a little bit startled by the suddenness of these events that will occur in your future, which to us is just a possible present, you must remember what we have said to you. The critical turning point will be the frequency interchange that is created when a large enough number of your people are able to turn over their fear and negativity of the emerging situation, quote unquote, and to love and trust that all is working according to a higher plan. The critical turning point will occur when enough people are no longer afraid and negative about this, and they love and trust that all is working according to a higher plan. Then they say, since we cannot foretell the future with great accuracy on a matter of such subjective importance, all we can say is that we do hope it will indeed come very soon, as each burst of literature we provide prepares you for this event as being nearer and nearer in the immediate future. We don't want to overburden or overwhelm you with conjecture and hypothesis of the how, why, when, where, and so forth of this transition. It is better for us to keep you thinking about it as a very near-term event, but without getting into distinct prayers over what month and year it might be, etc. In the proper circumstances, the wedding gown, which is the wedding of flesh to spirit, that's what they refer to by that, the wedding gown will be worn by all as they struggle to reunite the epic schism between the inner masculine and feminine. Now there will be a lot of backsliding as tons of economic bombshells will be dropped that will allow many distortions to arise in society. And on one level, you have indeed reaped what you have sown. The Master, which probably is a reference to Jesus, continues to liken this thesis to a new valley that is emerging from the clouds. It is a valley that you can descend into and explore as its own unique form. It is a valley that is at once rumbling with earthquakes and volcanoes, and at the same time sprouting with new life as the false teachings erode away in the ever-persistent light and truth of the One. Then if that wasn't enough, I've only gotten it up to December 6th. There's double as many as I've already read you, and I don't have time to get it all in today. Look at this. California pitchers turn upside down and reveal no more water inside of them. The drought is a huge issue in California now, and it's been for the last few years. It was not in 1999. Just the idea of going back to basics all over again will be sufficient. Deeper challenges will arise in these moments. When the orthodox hostility towards these matter of personal and planetary changes is passed up, the hostility is passed up in favor of the interest of day-to-day survival. Now look at this, folks. When you turn the television on, or if you turn the television on, the spikes that are in place, which society is soon to be impaling itself upon, will be clearly seen. I mean, that is so intense. It's shocking. I mean, I got tears in my eyes. The spikes, if you turn the television on, the spikes that society is impaling itself upon soon will be clearly seen. The stage is set, the tables are turning, and there seems little else that can happen at this point. It sure sounds like a particular type of protein, doesn't it? Something that everybody's worried about right now. How the hell did they know this in 1999? Here's another one. I think we're right at the end now. We do want to be a good mother and try to remove some of the many obstacles in your path in the coming few months ahead. We have already viewed the trailer for this event, and we still don't know its outcome at this point, as there are several distinct probabilities for where it may go. Fungus, mold, or yeast needs a fungicide to kill it if it were to otherwise poison the corn and the like. Similarly, we are working with the varying elements of humanity such as the Russian military, mafia, and the like, and their brilliantly concealed negative residue. Mafia could be another reference to the Vatican, you know? And so what they're saying is this is like a blight in humanity that we need a fungicide, some type of fungicide. And they're being metaphorical, okay? And again, poisoning the corn, in the Law of One, they talk about the harvest metaphor, right? Let's go back to camera. They talk about the harvest metaphor, that there are seeds of corn planted, or wheat, and that weeds are planted with the wheat. And it's only at the end of the harvest that the weeds are plucked out one by one. They very much use this analogy of the harvest in the Law of One all the time, and they're using it here. The corn represents us. It represents the ascension, and we don't want that harvest to be poisoned. So check this out. Don't feel bad when you see these epic changes occurring. Don't feel bad. Understand that all that we have available to us is being used to ensure that the event itself, which hasn't happened yet, will go as smoothly as possible, or even more smoothly than possible. That's amazing. This is not going to last a long time. It's not going to be bad. They're telling us this already. So if you're afraid about how it's going to turn out, you're like, look, we're going to use everything we have to make sure this is very smooth. There are dozens of opportunities to be of service each day, and we never get tired of explaining them to you. So for a last little look, we choose to remind you that for the time being, Greenland is covered with ice. When the changes will occur, it will be more acutely temperate than it is now, or perhaps even subtropical. There's also a lot of rumors that there's a cool Space Force base in Greenland, so that might also be related to that. Okay, so now we're going to go through these last two pieces, and I'm going to break them down into two pieces. The greater consideration that factors in is this. Are you willing to play the piano when it arises to a new tune? Are you willing to stop thinking in linear mode in exchange for that which is more circular and well-defined? If the music were coming at you from all sides, then when simplicity is dropped, do you yourself also perceive intimate knowing and understanding of same? Then my voice suddenly got deeper, like it was a different entity, I guess. Even the most ruggedly diehard opponents to the one Creator have all agreed that while they cannot completely separate themselves from it, they certainly are capable of causing some disruption. In case there were any further doubts, we want to underline the fact that presidents such as Henry Ford, well, he's not really a president, right? And Harry Truman were working together on these goals. And yes, we did say Henry Ford, not Gerald. It is important to remember the delicate balance that is being weighed out in your present times between the military, government, and industry, as the three are becoming more and more mutually interdependent with each other. Military, government, and industry. Isn't that interesting in light of what's happening now? And then lastly, it says, once the equation is about to arise to a deliberately pre-planned stage of events. Whoa, that's what's happening now. As has already been occurring to such a large extent, we can then see how imperative it is for you to go through these good disasters with an attitude of forbearance and upliftment. Do not cast a foul eye to the aspersions or harshness of others. Recognize and know deep within yourself that as the reader of these readings or other materials of similar import and quality, you are treated to a rare and blessed privilege on this planet. Namely, You actually have advanced knowledge of something that will strike many others, as would the thief in the night, suddenly running and leaving disaster in his wake. So continue to get more and more present-centered within yourself, and your inner teachers will emerge. When you begin to explore issues such as outdoor camping, firehouses, latrines, and the like by necessity, by necessity? Latrines, outdoor bathrooms? Like the water shuts off, the electricity might have shut off. This does not sound good, folks. By necessity, for the remainder of time in the physical illusion, it is important to enumerate those options that you do possibly still have in your own local area, as we have said before. The boss also duplicates the exact statement from the collective subconscious, which resides up in the ethers and consists of nothing more than fragments of thought energy beingness. And yet at the same moment, we have been essentially trying to rediscover one's true Buddha nature by using a candle in the darkness. In order that we not fail to appreciate you somewhat, we do want to remind you how deeply and profoundly you are loved by us. That's a funny joke of theirs. Though these messages may get strict at various times, what is their greater meaning? To provide you with anomaly corrections so that nothing is anomalous anymore, merely understandable in a new and higher context. We want for there to be open communication between people of all races and nationalities so that they can foster the common bonding with the true parents of this society and others like it. Well, that's obviously extraterrestrials, right? The true parents of this society and others like it. Now, this is the really amazing thing, right? The decision has been reached. There was some feuding disagreement amongst us as to how to facilitate this transition in the coming months and years. As, when the dam breaks, as it is wont to do, there are several opportunities that are then made possible. What we have decided upon is the direct approach. Whoa. We are not going to lie to you when we tell you that we have decided to allow these events to occur unimpeded and to have their resultant effects play themselves out on the global stage. That is an important point, and obviously we know what those effects are and what's happening now. In other words, the beings are saying they could have prevented this, but they decided to allow it to occur because I guess it's part of our global karmic alleviation or something for our awakening. So then they say that is an important point. It is one that has only come about after much deliberation among them. However, on the other hand, we will be retelling the story of the One to those who have accurate predispositions to same before the moment itself ever arrives. So you're going to be able to get telepathic contact if you reach out for it. One need not continue to dramatically look to the dolphins for a source of spiritual insight and amazement or a sense of freedom never before known. The mind, body, and spirit you will have in the fourth dimension will be almost incomprehensibly beautiful to you. Don't let your doubts and fears interrupt the free-flowing nature of the transition that is being made within your greater mind, as it is this transition that bodes so amazingly well for the future of humanity and indeed this whole solar system at large. Since your actions indeed affect the passage of sunspots and the like, as we were just talking about, the whole solar system will be made beneficial by this renewed opportunity for change within the American subcontinent and greater planet as a whole. Please don't concern yourselves with the riffraff of society in the etheric sense of the term, as they have come due as well. Know and understand that even as these scenarios unfold, there are immediately and extraordinarily powerful resources that will be available to you at every turn in order that you will not go hungry or otherwise be affected and the like. And again, they also said it's going to go by very, very quickly. So then it says, there have been so many times in each of your lives where we've presented you with the solution quite directly, and you passed it up out of your own pride or a variety of other reasons. Never fail to remember the penultimate importance of learning to communicate what is within you to others. Your communication skills will need to be exceptionally sharp in the coming next few months and years, so keep that in mind. Verily, verily, we say unto you that as you do these harmful things to yourself, you are harming all others as well. Let us indeed foster your ascension with the renewal of the purpose and understanding that comes with being willing to climb the Rocky Mountain slopes. And here I am in the Rocky Mountains. I was not in the Rocky Mountains when this came through, knowing that the summit is indeed so clear at hand. And I am up at the summit, actually, where I am. The president's books will gather on this subject as well, and I think they're talking about 45. This is the good president, right? The president's books will gather on this subject as well. He'll probably write more books about this in the future in order to more effectively promote their agendas and turn on all with love and light, as one needs to arise. We need to rise. We need to turn on the love and light. It is important to keep everything seen from a moneyless systems perspective when the index of human behavior is what measures wealth, and not the relative dollar of one's bank account or automobile. And then they say here, and we do have grandiose reasons to be stable when our concerns of a new tomorrow are meant to procure those things which help us ease the transition from one style of living to another. They're talking about anti-gravity. As one would buy vitamins to protect against getting a cold, one should also buy the necessary materials and supplies to protect against any considerable disruption of the life forces as a result of the events that are taking place. And so they're actually, talking about the need to prep. So this is not in the least bit terrifying, is it? Not in the least bit. You can read the rest of that sentence, and then I'm going to go to the end here. This is the most important punchline. Even if only 1/10 of our light workers remain joyful in these episodes, then we have far more than the recommended dosage to effectuate positive transformation. So keep that in mind when you are wondering what your mission is. Your mission is to become the grace, beauty, and joy of the one infinite creator in every thought and action. Your responsibility is to take the duty of perfect oneness upon yourself and then make an itemized list of those things that you can change, those things that you cannot change, and the courage to know the difference. We again remind you that you are loved more than you could ever possibly imagine, as David's stomach does not hold out for this reading any longer. Rocky mountainsides await you in the final climb to this destination, and for that we are very grateful indeed, and we will welcome you with open arms. And again, I'm on the Rocky Mountain now, and I climb it. Peace be with you in the light of everlasting love. We now end this reading, Adonai. And there you have it, folks. So that is the last of the readings that I actually made slides for. And because we're so over the edge on timing, I'd like to just launch right into the meditation, try to get it done in a few minutes. So it's not going to be 4 hours. It'll at least be under 4 hours. So again, there's a green button and a red button. There's a green row and a red row. The green row of buttons is you can slide with the slider between them really slowly, and you can fade between camera angles. And that looks really great when I'm meditating. So you can run some of that cool stuff. Okay? All right. So I'm going to face the center camera and close my eyes, and we're going to get this started. I ask that you put both feet flat on the floor or lie down comfortably. Take a nice deep breath. And breathe in, and then just let it go. Breathe in again, and just allow yourself to exhale. As we move farther and farther through this obviously very orchestrated timeline, we recognize the value of our sun. Its harmonic interconnectedness with us. The sun is driving us through these cycles of 11 years in which we have a 4-part hero's journey story being told, leading to scientific breakthroughs, revolutionary uprisings, and all sorts of positive changes for humanity. Imagine now that as the sun rises and falls from solar minimum to solar maximum, that it is as if the sun is breathing in and out in an 11-year cycle. And I would like you to envision yourself as the sun, so that as you breathe, I want you to envision that the energy, as you inhale, that the sun is becoming completely quiet and you are the sun and you see yourself as a sphere. As you inhale, you're very quiet, your surface is very quiet and calm. And as you exhale, you are breathing out the breath of fire. As you inhale, the sun is calming down, and as you exhale, the sun rises into a boiling inferno. Envision the sunspot cycle being unified with your breath. Because this is the mind of our solar system and all those beings who live within it. Becoming even more deeply relaxed, holding this visualization, seeing yourself as the sun, seeing the inhale as solar minimum and the exhale as solar maximum, and then envisioning yourself breathing out across the solar system as if you were the source of the universe. And as you breathe out, all those on earth rise and fall in conjunction with your breath, because your breath contains intelligence. As the sun, as a perfect hologram of infinite creation, which is what you are, you can command the negative spirits who have been lingering around this planet and human trafficking. And I'm not talking about people, I'm talking about extraterrestrials. You can command those evil extraterrestrials to leave our solar system and never to return. I banish you from this world. I banish you from this solar system. You are not welcome here. We thank you for what you have taught us. We thank you for bringing us entertainment, for bringing us a money system, for bringing us all of these various things that you did. But at the same time, we lovingly reject your offering of service for planet Earth. We no longer need to be enslaved. We no longer desire to have this happening to any of us. We decree our sovereignty and our freedom, and so it is. This planet is to become a paradise. It will be free of negativity. It will be free of evil, and it will be impossible for anyone to even imagine doing anything evil in any way. This is the nature of the prophecy that we have been given. And when we look at all of these very bizarre time-encoded coordinates to the present, and all of the different aspects of the current situation precisely described, the only logical conclusion is that there are beings that do exist outside of time. They can see the future, and they have given us accurate prophecies of this current time. And how exciting that as we move through events that are about to occur, that they have told us that this will be quick, it will not take very long, and it will not be that difficult. They do warn about power outages, they do tell us to have our stored food, but they also tell us that this will be over quickly. And we have very direct prognostications that the future will involve wondrous technology, levitating anti-gravity machines, free energy from power plants that generate far more power than we can now with conventional methods, radiation alleviation technology, garbage processing. We can clean our planet, we can achieve warp drive, portal travel, even time travel, and step into the galactic inheritance that is truly ours. For once we meet the other humans who have been hanging around the Earth for many more millennia than we have, perhaps underground, perhaps off-planet, they will extend brotherhood and fellowship to us. We have now graduated to the point where they will be able to arrive and help us. And they do say this in the readings that come later in December 1999 that I'll share with you next week. They have promised us that they will take care of this and that we will be okay. And in light of how accurately they saw the future, why would we doubt them about this too? That means that new technologies are coming that will absolutely transform our lives and lead to us having face-to-face interaction with our greater galactic family and getting to see some of their own cities and technologies, which will be probably far more amazing than any movie we have ever seen. We will then deploy many of our people to go out and do archaeological research when we discover that our solar system is littered with very ancient extraterrestrial ruins. And the future is indeed very bright, for we are now taking the steps to co-create this advanced technology together. By building these technologies, we can go to Mars, we can see whatever civilization may have been there, whatever may have been on the moon, and we are at the end of our spiritual childhood. We finally get to become adults, and we get to hang out with the other adults in the galaxy. And that is a truly wonderful thing. The criteria for fourth density activation, as has been said so many times, is we have to be just above 50% dedicated to loving and helping and serving others rather than manipulating and controlling them. If we're just above the 50% margin, then we are clear for the ascension, and everything is going to be fine for us. And we will naturally get to stay with the earth and be activated into a higher form. If it's not appropriate for us to be in fourth density yet, the entities extensively told us that there will be a Noah's Ark type of relocation. It's totally peaceful, in fact, very joyous and blissful, before any disasters occur. The only people who actually see disaster play out on Earth are those whose karma warrants it, which appears to be only the most negative people. So as all these things are coming to a head now in the world and in our own lives, if only 10% of the light workers can remain joyful and happy, then we magnetize the positive timeline. So today, we are asking you, and I speak now on behalf of those who just gave us these readings, we are asking you to please remember that this is not doom and gloom. This is not the end of the world. It is a necessary planetary awakening process to show us what was really going on and to break us out of a very deep mind control where it's almost impossible for us to comprehend the genuine situation that's taking place on Earth. The prophecies were not given as any type of waste of energy and time. They were given so that if you have the ability to hear the call, you can follow that orienting signal and lead yourself to a new tomorrow, free from pain, free from misery, with levitation, telekinesis, and advanced capabilities, including the knowledge of how to walk between the worlds of the living and the dead, and the full awareness of all of your past lives. It seems impossible to imagine that all of this could occur, and yet the prophecies have already come true with remarkable precision. If they can be right about so many things in these prophecies, then why would they be wrong about the rest? Why would they be wrong about us claiming back our planet, creating advanced technology, and literally entering into the Star Trek age? It sure is looking pretty true to me right now. And so it is. Let's now take the energy that we've raised in meditation, contemplation, and prayer and direct it back into the earth to strengthen the resolve of all those who are about to take on extraordinary orders, possibly within a couple of weeks. We don't really know when it's going to happen. Could be very soon. We send love and light to all those who are about to take on their darkest and most difficult mission at the darkest hour of humanity. We send love and healing and support and prayer to all those who are suffering, who are hungry, who are living through the misery of third-dimensional existence. We ask that they all be uplifted. We ask that everyone have an opportunity to understand what is really going on right now, and the fact that this is not the end. It is necessary to get everyone activated and involved so that we can all decide the future that we want to live in, and whether we will allow outside forces to control, manipulate, and dominate our lives, or whether we will be brave enough to claim our own freedom and our own responsibility. We take this energy, we send it to all those in the earth in need of prayer and healing. And lastly, let's send this energy back to ourselves. Imagine yourself bathed in warm, liquid, loving light. A light that has now demonstrated that you can have confidence in it because it shows us its ability to see outside of time regularly if we know what we're looking for. And that means everything's going to be okay. Breathe in the light. Let it breathe through you. Let yourself feel that light. And then, of course, give gratitude for yourself. Be grateful for yourself. You don't need to have any type of negativity for yourself because you are a perfect hologram of the one infinite creator. You are perfect in every way, and if anyone doesn't see that in you, it is only due to their lack of advancement and perception. And so you can forgive them if they don't see you the way that you really are, because in the future, all souls must eventually return to oneness and reunify. It is only a matter of time as to when we choose to do this, But right now is a really good time to do it because we're at the end of the cycle. And if you can learn to be nice and supportive and forgiving and loving to yourself, most importantly, and to all others, then you may very well get to participate in the activation of Earth as it goes into this new reality. We therefore ask that you, at that time, sign your name upon the skein of space and time, the so-called Akashic records, thus freeing yourself from the obligation to third density and allowing you to move on to higher and greater work in the cosmos. And so it is. And now I'd like you to breathe yourself back into the body. Open your eyes, wiggle your fingers, wiggle your toes. Come back into the room. I'm still totally blown away by this time loop. And it was only because of this dream that I'm supposedly one of the fathers of anti-gravity that this came about. Now, I'm happy to share that title with a lot of others. I'm not saying I'm the only one. It was just a dream. It's just very, very strange that I got it. And it's very, very strange, all the stuff that these readings have said in the dreams. I mean, honestly, the amount of precision in what I'm seeing here is unprecedented with any other time loop I've ever had. And there's double the amount of content of this kind of stuff. I only got through half of it. So sign up for the free webinar. We can put that one on again. Go to thedisclosure.com. Even if you don't want to do the VIP offer, if you do, you can go to thedisclosure.com/VIP, as we told you before. Or at least, please, give us your email address so that we can stay in touch with you, because things are going down here. And all of these platforms might not be available to me, but when I do these live webinars, we will direct you to the replay. So if I lose my platform, you're going to get the replay as long as you give us your email address. And I'm going to still do, how many more do I have to do? 2 more? 2 more, yeah. So, and is it every Sunday?
Yep.
Okay. So each, I don't even know my own schedule.
3 more.
Oh, there's 3 more, okay. So, and they're all on Sunday?
Yes.
All right. So we got 3 more of these, and I'm going to be doing these live every Sunday, wherever that may be. So if it's not here and you're like, what the hell happened to David? Just go to thedisclosure.com, sign up, and we'll tell you where it's happening. Please, if you are at all inclined, sign up for The Disclosure, and even maybe we can put that up there now, sign up for the VIP program. And again, we're actually risking our lives, getting our hands dirty, mucking around in the trenches, and making every effort we possibly can to make sure that this technology actually gets out. Because we've heard a lot of disturbing things about disclosure events coming along, which happened supposedly in July, and everybody was really excited, and then they didn't really admit anything. So we can't just sit back and expect these people, and I'm not even saying bad. I mean, the military, for the most part, is very, very good. Okay, that's my conclusion now. Most of them are very good people, and a lot of them are my friends. So I have no problem with the military, and I have no problem with using the military for its really sacred purpose, which is the protection of the people of planet Earth. We need protection. And if we don't have protection, we're going to lose this. So we need to create that protection. We need to have that protection. And ultimately, all of this is going towards limitless clean energy and anti-gravity. And so when you sign up for this course, you're not only getting this amazing program of 6 weeks of incredible information, but you're also actually crowdfunding the future that we all want to magnetize. I want to be on that Star Trek timeline. I want to be on the Ascension timeline. I'm not just a guy out here talking about UFOs anymore. I'm actually making them, and I need your help. So please sign up today at thedisclosure.com/VIP and become a part of our initiative, because I'll tell you what, nothing that you've seen up until now is going to prepare you for how mind-blowing it is to meet a new insider and to not only believe that anti-gravity and free energy are coming, but to understand how they work. Thanks to the military, thanks to the Navy, thanks to the DIA, we know how it works, and we just needed somebody to explain it to us. Now we have that, and again, this is also kind of like the inaugural debut of our company. We now have 2 facilities, one big enough for mass production. We just got it last week. There's a lot of cool things happening with our larger capital coming in. It looks like we're going to get that. And so we're going to immediately start working on these prototypes as soon as we can to get this advanced technology out. Because as I said, our firefighting aircraft, one of the versions of it is a vertical takeoff and landing, which would use these exotic systems. So this is barreling down the road, folks. Anti-gravity, free energy, and all that is coming in But if you want it faster, you can help us. So crowdfund it, please. Come to thedisclosure.com. I'm David Wilcock, and again, even if you don't care about that at all and you're mad that I even asked, we got three more free webinars. So we're going to leave the card open. And again, if you get in now, there's a special VIP offer that's only available until Tuesday night at 11:59 p.m. So if you go to that VIP link, you get the VIP special, which is not part of the regular ticket price. And that's a special encore performance live with Ben and me, where we're going to take your questions submitted by video or text, and you can be anonymous or public depending on how you want it. You're going to get the chance to be in the video and to actually be seen by people and get your questions asked by Ben directly. And he may be more open in the VIP. I don't know. We'll see what he's going to say. But there's a lot of interesting things that he could say. So please sign up at thedisclosure.com. Otherwise, if you've already done it, thank you so much. I really, really appreciate your help. This is very, very vital and instrumental for us. We are under a lot of pressure right now. There's a lot of attacks coming in from all sides. I just found out that Mr. Jones, from a certain type of wars, that more than half of his staff just came down with a very severe infection recently. This is not accidental. We're being attacked, we're being poisoned, and we need your help. So please help us. Go to thedisclosure.com. Come back next Sunday, either here or wherever the emails will tell you to go. And I thank you for watching. This is David Wilcock, and we'll see you next time.